Right. Alex said, we're top right now. One of the players is clubbing and faking being ill. It's toxic and bad for Man United. It's going to be sad when Klopp leaves. Football news. The Klopp news has just gone off like a bomb, man. I mean, that has been massive. I think, Liverpool will get in a good manager in the summer. I think they'll get in a good manager, but it's going to be uncomfortable because there'll be a settling in period. And people are wondering now what it means for Salah and what it means for the likes of Virgil van Dijk and some of those old guards. Because, Saudi could come in, see an opportunity. A new manager may want to rebuild. If Salah wants out and doesn't want to buy into a new manager, then it really, really could be the end of an era for Liverpool. Stephen said, I would say the women's Royal Rumble was better than the men's. I agree. Good evening to you, Days. Good evening, Stephen. First hour of Raw is ad-free, everyone. Dort Knight said, I might become the manager. Well, at this stage, Dort Knight, you might be main event in night 1 of WrestleMania. Xander said, do you still do the football streams? I don't know. We did a season. And actually, the streams did okay. I mean, I think, if I remember correctly, the average was just over 2,000 views for each game. And we were doing, at times, like 3 games a day. And we were doing, like, the early game, the lunchtime stuff, the late game, couple of games on a Sunday. I think we got squeezed in a game on a Monday. And we were doing a lot of coverage. We did that for a season. The reason we don't do it or didn't do it is because I think I knew after like about 3 months or so that there was some up there. We could have gone into it, but if you're gonna do that, and this is the same with anything, if you're thinking of getting into YouTube, here's a piece of advice for you. Find one subject, one thing, and throw yourself into it, because that's what everyone else is doing, right? If you want to get anywhere with football streams, you're going to have to just do football, because you've got people that are just putting out content 24 hours a day on Twitter, on TikTok, on YouTube, on Facebook about football. You can't afford to just do a few streams and then go back and do a bit of wrestling, right? The wrestling side, I think, really struggled and suffered, to be honest. I think that it was a real blow to the wrestling side of the channel doing that. I think in retrospect it was not the wisest of moves, because I don't think that outside of the streams we weren't providing any additional content. It was nothing like now. Now we've got like breaking news videos, we've got the unseen videos, and thank you for the support with those, because they're doing quite well at the moment, and it's you can understand why, because some of the stuff in there I genuinely think is really interesting, because I haven't, like, it's not from me, it's just interesting stuff that's out there, like how Liv Morgan's costume, ring attire, was based on Christina Aguilera. Like, that was a tweet that was on social media, right? So this is the stuff which is kind of playing out on social media. There's a lot of fan footage on social media. So, there's things that you can see, like the reaction from the crowd when Jade Cargill came out, when Jade Cargill debuted. You can see that fan reaction, right? I don't know why I've not thought of this before. I don't know why. There's so much interesting stuff on X and on social media that you can just pull it and put it into a video. So it's been a revolution, to be honest. It's been brilliant. So we'll do that after every Raw, we'll do that after every SmackDown, we'll do that after every premium live event. We got the Royal Rumble one out, it was about 2 hours after. Obviously, we did a little bit of coverage of the press conference, and I'm glad we did, because some of that even made the unseen video. So, yeah, we're doing all that kind of stuff now. And we weren't able to do that when we were doing the football stream. So, yeah, if you're going to get into YouTube, or get into anything like that, I would say a big piece of advice is just really focus on doing that one thing. Just do that one thing, because where you're trying to pull yourself in multiple directions ain't gonna work. You know, we tried to do like boxing, we tried to do UFC. The only reason we do that is because on a Saturday, there isn't always like wrestling, of course. You know, we don't. If there was WWE shows every Saturday, we would just do those. But there isn't. So it means that on a Saturday, I can do a video. I could always put a video up. But we are also able, fortunately, to cover UFC and boxing. And, you know, those are big events that I also enjoy watching. So I don't feel like they get in the way too much. But this is why you don't see me do UFC videos where I do predictions. This is why you don't see me do UFC videos where I break down events, where I talk about the fighters. Because I ain't using my time to do that. I use my time to do WWE. So, yeah, we did used to do football streams. They were very well received, but it was not the right way forward. Bischoff said, if any person beside Punk and Cody had won the Rumble, then WrestleMania storyline would be almost unpredictable. Kian said, Days, I hope you are well, having a good stream. Can't wait for Cody to finally finish the story. Roman's title reign is finally coming to an end. What are your thoughts on tonight's Raw? I think tonight's Raw is unmissable. I think that it is, you know, those days when I say Raw, it looks okay, right? And actually on X earlier today, I think I did exactly that, right? I always like to show this because I don't want people to think that I'm just hyping up everything, right? If I think something looks okay or looks decent, I will say it looks okay, it looks decent. Let's go down, let's go down, let's go down. Here, look. Looks like a decent Raw, yeah? I didn't say it was an amazing Raw. I didn't say it was a mind-blowing Raw. I didn't say it was an unmissable Raw. I said it looks like a decent Raw. Hopefully, we can have a few more surprises, like Trick and Ava on SmackDown. This is technically still Royal Rumble weekend, and that's true. You know, they may have saved a couple of those surprise returns, like a Sheamus. You know, if Sheamus turned up on SmackDown on Friday, or even showed up tonight, like, you know, it would be a surprise. But this is the kind of thing that they should do. They shouldn't put everything into the Rumble because, you know, they need people to tune into Raw. They need people to tune into SmackDown. And we want moments for these shows as well. So that's my point. It is still Royal Rumble weekend. We might not have used up all the returns, all the surprises, because they hopefully have saved some for these post-Royal Rumble shows. So, you know, I'm not expecting anything massive. I'm certainly not expecting AJ Lee, but I think Sheamus would definitely be a name that kind of comes to mind because he didn't come back. Or say Rey Mysterio would be a name that comes to mind because we didn't see him in the Rumble, and we thought there was a good chance that we would see him. So there's a few names that I think have got potential to pop up this week. I don't know if either of them will show on this show, of course. But yeah, there's a bit of potential. But I said, look, it looks like a decent Raw. Now I think it's an unmissable Raw because of CM Punk. Because the fact that, you know, he is in my what's happening for you trending section. And that is for a very good reason. If you are just joining the news, breaking through, you can see here Sean quote tagging me in. Sean, I appreciate it. And many people did. You know, it's just really pot luck who it is that I get to first and what it is I see first, and you know, as a result. So it's one of those. It's not that I'm picking favorites or anything. This is why we've got so many different names like Sean and Jim Howson. You know, I'm just retweeting bits as I'm seeing them. Mo Reigns as well. Shout out to you, buds. Letting us know the first hour is commercial free. Edward letting us know that Naomi is going to go to SmackDown, apparently, according to Fightful Select. And so, yeah, anyway, there it is that WrestleOps saying 4 to 6 months recovery and physical therapy. So I mean, it really doesn't look good, does it? Because again, someone at CM Punk's age, it's not going to be good for him to go and have surgery, do physical therapy, and then try to have a WrestleMania main event match. Like, that's going to be so hard to impossible, I think. I mean, the reason why Seth, I think, can make it is because I don't believe he was told didn't he say 4 to 6 months, but I'm going to make it to WrestleMania. I don't believe him. I don't believe he's going to make it. I believe he'll make it, but I believe he'll make it because he was actually told 4 weeks, right? I think that what he told us was an exaggeration. So I expect Seth to be there, but I'm not sure that CM Punk's going to make it, if that is accurate. Whew. So what I think is that Raw is huge because we're all wanting to find out about CM Punk, hopefully hear from CM Punk, get that information confirmed. Obviously, the fallout of the Royal Rumble, we know what's happening with Cody, but it's going to be interesting to hear him calling out Roman. We know that Bayley's got her sights set on Rhea, and that's going to be interesting because how long is she going to have her sights set on Rhea? Because she is believed to be going after EO for WrestleMania. So, yeah, there's some stuff here. The CM Punk stuff in particular is making tonight unmissable. Or at least, maybe I should say, the CM Punk section is unmissable, because I'm sure we will get an update at some point. Steve said, I've just clocked something. Everyone's thinking The Rock Roman fits into Mania, but he never mentioned talking about the title. He mentioned head of the table. Cody beats Roman Rock at SummerSlam. Everyone's still thinking how Rock Roman fits into Mania. I don't know if they are, to be honest, but I don't know if they are. I think because of Cody's win at the Rumble, maybe on my own on this, but has everyone not now just gone, he's going to finish the story? I'm pretty sure it's Roman Cody at WrestleMania now. I think that the word on the street is that WWE wanted them to do Rock Roman in Saudi Arabia, and so I think that they are going down that path. A few people have said, what about the triple threat? I just think that's a horrific idea, because if Cody is trying to finish the story, you don't want The Rock there, because the crowd are going to be with The Rock, aren't they? You don't want Cody finishing the story and at least half the crowd going, oh, I wanted The Rock to win. Like, we don't want that. We want Cody to finish the story and the whole stadium to be right behind him and the whole stadium to go bananas, right? You want the whole stadium to be with Cody. So a triple threat makes no sense to me whatsoever. The only way it makes sense is that it just gets The Rock in the main event. That's it. But from a finishing the story, the crowd supporting Cody point of view, horrible. So not the direction I would go, and I really don't think it's the direction WWE are going to go. So when Cody won the Rumble, I think that was pretty much the moment that they confirmed it's going to be Roman Cody. He's going to finish the story, and I think we will get Rock Roman this year, but right now I've got an eye on Saudi Arabia. But you're not wrong. He never said that he wanted the title. I mean, that is true. He never said he wanted the title. But to be honest, I never thought he would win the title. Even if he did face Roman, I don't think the belt would have gone to The Rock. I don't think he... You're right. That's not a motivation. That's not why he wants the match. I think he wants the match, The Rock, because he wants to prove he's still the best at this. And the best right now is Roman Reigns. And also, I mean, he hasn't said anything about how the family have been disrespected. I hope he does. Once we start the build, I hope he says that he is really disappointed at how Roman has dragged the Anna Wye name through the mud. How he's made, the family out, to be a family that's not there for the fans and not there for the people. and he couldn't be more wrong about that, right? And he's going to restore honor back to the Anoa'i name. Like, I hope we get something like that. Because I agree, the title, that's not what this feud's about. There's so much more that we can build it around, so. But yeah, Roman against Cody, wrap them in cotton wool, right? Wrap them up and like keep them safe, because we definitely don't need that falling through, right? It's one thing to lose Brock and lose CM Punk. It would be another thing to lose Roman Reigns. Could you imagine? Oh my God. Mr. Unfamiliar said, hopefully CM Punk was supposed to win the Rumble, and then Cody's win was an audible, and Cody loses again. That would make more sense. Cody finishing the story this year. Well, people are speculating, and I did put that in the video. So I did put a CM Punk video out. I was actually asleep when the news broke, because sod's law in it, life of a YouTuber. I this morning worked on a video where I did the whole WrestleMania match card prediction. Had to make the graphics, which you could see on screen. So it took me a bit of a while to do that. Recorded the video and everything, got it uploaded. Did all of that. So that meant that I went to bed a bit later than I usually would, which means I got up a bit later than I usually would. And of course, I get up to the news that CM Punk is injured, which immediately means that that video is void, right? So that's ruined. And then it also means that I'm delayed a little bit in putting the CM Punk video out. The only thing I would say is that when the news first broke, I'm not sure that it broke with information that he was expected to be out for 4 to 6 months. So sometimes being the first isn't always the most beneficial, because you can get more information if you just wait that little bit. It's not always guaranteed, but thankfully on this occasion, there was information that came out after about the 4 to 6 months injury thing, and exactly what it was. I had people tagging me that he'd broke his arm and that he was out for a year, right? So there was clearly a lot of miscommunication that was out there. It actually appears to be a torn tricep, and it seems that he's out for 4 to 6 months. That seems to be the truth, right? That's what I believe the injury to be. And that's what's being reported from like some good sources. So this is my point. When the news first comes out, there's a lot of stuff getting shouted about. And so maybe waiting on this wasn't too bad. But yeah, ideally I would have liked to have done a video sooner, got the news out earlier. But it doesn't really matter for us because we always do these streams. So here we are talking about it anyway, right? But I don't know. We did put in that video. There is plenty of people speculating that Punk was going to win and an audible was called. But there's no evidence of that at this stage. It'll be interesting to know if that is what happened. But I don't know. Some people want the story finished. Some people don't. I'm in the camp of I do. I don't know why we would continue now, to be honest. I think that we're never going to get Roman to Bruno's record, right? So he's never going to be number one. I think he would have to keep this belt until, I think someone said 2028, right? We're in 2024, early 2024. So it's not a case of, oh, could he just keep it one more year? If it was the case of he's just a year away, 12 months away, that would be different. But he's got 4 years to go if he wants to break Bruno's all-time records. And I don't know about you, but following WrestleMania, I think the Bloodline story took a big step backwards, took a big step down. I think that Sammy was amazing in the Bloodline. I think he provided humor and comedy. And obviously the Bloodline can deliver serious moments anyway. But I think those serious moments were even more impactful when there was a little bit of comedy that was involved. And actually, I know that Jimmy is doing a little bits here and there, but the Bloodline feels very disjointed now. You've got Solo that doesn't really say much. You've got, Roman that's not on TV much. And you've got Jimmy just trying to, like, do stuff, but he hasn't really got much to work with. Like, if you think back to when we had Jimmy, Jay, Sammy, Solo, Roman, like, it was amazing. But I think, like, when we did the Sammy thing and we did WrestleMania and Cody trying to finish the story and all of that, I think as soon as we got past WrestleMania 39, I think the Bloodline was in a very different place. And it really feels like it took a step down. And, you know, seeing Roman feud with LA Knight when didn't expect him to beat LA Knight. Didn't expect LA Knight to beat him, sorry. The match was okay, but there wasn't really much danger there for me. That wasn't a feud that I was like, oh, is this it? Is it now? I didn't think that at all. So that didn't really do it for me. He wasn't at Survivor Series, Roman. His match with Jay, again, I didn't think Jay would win. There might have been a moment in the match. I really can't remember if they did manage to convince me that, but I don't think they did. Going into it, I didn't think Jay stood a chance because Jay just is not the face of the company. If you've got that belt, you're the face of the company, and that's not Jay. So I think we knew Jay was going to get cheated, was going to get screwed over, and he did. And so for me, even SummerSlam, I mean, if I think back to Roman against Brock and the tractor and the ring being picked up and all of that stuff, that's amazing. Brock was a legitimate threat. Him coming down and picking up the ring with the tractor, it's one of the greatest things I've ever seen. And then, like, SummerSlam last year just didn't get to that level. That match between them it was all right. It was an all right match. But for me, the Bloodline has took a step down clearly, easily. I don't know why, unless we can get the story juicy again. Unless we can really get, like, you know, the Bloodline pumping and going again. To me, it's time to put this thing down. It's time to put it down. It's time Cody's got to finish the story at some point, so why not now? Why not WrestleMania 40? An anniversary WrestleMania, the first time a Rhodes wins a world title. That'll put a lot of pressure on Cody to, he will have finished the story and it's time to start a new story. That's going to put a lot of pressure on Cody. I hope he's ready for that. I hope WWE are ready for that. The post-Bloodline era. So I would do it. I would also, if I was Triple H, I would say to the creative team, those that I've got, I want you to all come up with just the most elaborate story for Cody, right, as champion. I want you to push the boat out. I want you to think outside the box. I want you to think about the supermarket fight that we did with Booker and Stone Cold. I want you to think about DX invading WCW with the tank, right? I want you to think iconic moments. I want you to think of things that we don't normally see during a normal feud. I want you to consider those things, and I want all of you to come up with a story for Cody. We'll look at them, and we'll hopefully pick the best one. But if not, maybe we can just take a few bits from each one and come up with something from all of that. I would say that to the creative department. So they'd be working on what they're working on, and then in their spare time, just think about, right, what can I do with Cody? And then hopefully you could come up with a juicy story, or you could cobble together a juicy story. Because I think it needs to be something that's just outside the norm, you know? Bloodline was outside the norm. Cody's story, his new story, it needs to be like a big summer thing, a big summer story, and that needs to be outside the norm. You know, if you think the summer story for Bloodline last year was the whole Jay leaving lead into a match at SummerSlam, that was the story we told for the Bloodline. So we obviously can't do that with Cody because he hasn't got a Bloodline. So we're going to have to bring in a challenger. We're going to have to do a feud, and we're going to have to do something different, right? And that's going to be a challenge, man. And I'm totally down for seeing what they come up with. I'm totally down for seeing what they come up with. If this is going to be like the Attitude Era, then you need to start doing stuff like the Attitude Era. You need to be throwing belts into rivers. You need to be having factions driving tanks. You need to be driving down to the ring in a beer truck, right? You need to be doing things that people don't expect. Things we've not seen before. That's the challenge of creative. Oh, I'd love to get in that creative department. I know everyone would, but I'd love to get in there, and this is what I'd be demanding. This is what I'd be saying. I'd be like, this is what we need. We need out the box thinking. We need things we've not seen before. We need, like, if we're gonna go back to an Attitude Era vibe, but just do it with a PG twist, because we've got to keep the sponsors happy. You can still do it. Stone Cold coming out in the beer truck, that's PG. Belts being thrown in rivers is PG. Grocery store brawls is PG, right? So you can still take these great things from the Attitude Era. You can still pull from the Attitude Era these great moments. Let's try and force the creative team to come up with some good stuff. So I'm excited. I hope they've got this planned, because for me the Bloodline has just sort of spluttered its way. I don't know why we would want a campaign to keep it going, unless people are absolutely desperate for him to beat Hogan's record, but I just don't see that it matters. What does it matter? Hogan's got the third longest reign. Who cares if Roman's got the 6th or the 5th or the 4th? I ain't bothered. He ain't gonna have the first. So if he ain't going to have the first, why keep dragging it along? Why just keep going? What's the point? Arborus, shout out to you. I was wondering, I've not seen your thoughts on the idea of Roman being announced a year in advance for WrestleMania 41. Well, I'll tell you my thoughts. My thoughts are that's fine. I wouldn't have a problem with that. The only thing I would say is, when would you announce it? Because you could announce it on the Raw after WrestleMania, but you can't announce it at WrestleMania. And the reason why you can't announce it at WrestleMania is because that kind of a match, I think you would want to announce it. You wouldn't want to announce it before Cody, because it would distract, I think that it's something you'd have to announce after Cody. So it would feel like, say, Cody wins the title and then The Rock comes out and says, I'll see you next year, Roman, right? Well, you can't do that. And the reason you can't do that is because at the end of WrestleMania, if Cody wins the title, he's got to celebrate. That moment is Cody's moment. That's the moment where he's got the belt. He looks at the heavens, tears coming down his face. We probably cut to Brandy Rhodes, who's going to have tears coming down her face, right? You might even see Dustin in the background, like tears coming down his face. Like, there won't be a dry eye in the house. I was going to tweet this out. I think in that moment, WWE should put up a picture, maybe even a little bit of footage of like Dusty on the screen. Cody doesn't know, right? He doesn't know, but just some footage of Dusty. I don't know if they've got footage of him nodding and smiling, or him giving like a thumbs up, or just any little gesture, right? Any positive gesture that they can find from the archives of Dusty, just a smile, a thumbs up, like a wink or anything, right? I just think that would be the cherry on top for me. That would be the cherry on top. That moment with Cody with the belt, and then like, you know, the fireworks pyro going off, and then you just hear the Dreams music, and you just play footage that Cody didn't know was going to be played. His dad has got to be a part of that moment. We've said it before. His dad has got to be a part of that moment. His dad is a part of that moment anyway. But I don't know how you find a way of involving Dusty just that little bit more. You know, I had the idea before of maybe Dusty's one of a rare few people that they've actually made a statue of, and you could have the statue at the top of the entranceway, right? And you could have Cody win the title and then go up the entranceway and put the belt in Dusty's hands. I don't know how Dusty's hands are. I think they are like this, outstretched. They're not folded or anything. I think his hands are out. So Cody could go up the entrance ramp and put the belt into Dusty's hands. If you've heard the story, finish the story. That's exactly what Cody said. He said that when he saw the picture of his dad holding the WWE Championship that he hadn't won, right? He'd won the match by count out, but it meant the belt didn't change hands. So he won the match, but not the belt. Dusty held up the belt anyway, like, this should be mine. And that's the picture that Cody saw. And he said, I knew at the age of 8, having seen that photo, that I was going to bring this belt and put it in my dad's hands, right? He can't do that now because Dusty's passed away. So what else can we do? And I think having the statue there for him to go up the entrance ramp and symbolically is probably the best thing he can do, or the closest he can do. Put the belt and put it into his dad's hands. I mean, there is not going to be a dry eye in the house. There is not going to be a dry eye in the house. So I think you get my point. At that moment, you cannot bring out The Rock to challenge Roman Reigns, right? You can't do it. So I don't know if you would do it the next night on Raw after WrestleMania. The Rock's going to be here, right? He's got something to say. I think you could absolutely do that. You could have him come out. I think it'd be massive for that Raw. It would get people talking. We would know the main events of WrestleMania. It would give them a year's build. I don't know. The challenge is, I don't know if The Rock's going to be free. The problem The Rock's got is that he's obviously got all these movie projects that keep coming up for him. And the other issue is, the older he gets, when he has a match, he gets injured, right? Last time he had a match with John Cena, I think he tore his pec. And he was injured, and it disrupted his filming schedule, right? It was actually a big problem for The Rock. And this would run the same risk. He's older now. He's 10 years older, over 10 years older than when he wrestled John Cena at WrestleMania 29. So if I'm The Rock, I'm a slave to my schedule. And I'm also very concerned that if I pick up an injury, I could be out months and months and months after the match. This is why The Rock having a match is so difficult, because he's got to not only be free for the events, he needs to be free months before to train. Because don't forget, when was his last match? I think his last match was WrestleMania 29, wasn't it? Well, if that's the case, he hasn't wrestled in 11 years. And it's all well and good looking like this, but he ain't in any sort of in-ring shape. This does not result in great cardio, right? What this results in is you gassing out after about 3 minutes, right? So he is in no shape to have a match, right? Don't be fooled by the muscles. If anything, lugging those muscles are heavy. Lugging them muscles around, right, is going to drain your cardio quick. It's going to drain you quick if you don't have good cardio. So The Rock needs to get into match shape. That is going to take months and months and months. Then, of course, be free to have the match. Then, of course, potentially be free for months after for the recovery. So if they point and say, right, we're going to do that for WrestleMania 41 and we'll announce it on the Raw after WrestleMania, I'd be down for it. No issue, no problem whatsoever. But I do think it comes with some caveats of, you can't announce it after Cody finishes the story. That's his moment. And also, The Rock is going to have to really make sure he's free. If he has already done that for well, he can't have, but because he wanted WrestleMania, it would sort of suggest maybe he doesn't have loads lined up this year. Because if the rumors are true that like he wanted WrestleMania, that would suggest he's left a window free for WrestleMania. If they're saying Saudi, which is what the reports have said, then it's going to depend if he's left a window free around that. And at this stage, we have no idea if he's free around WrestleMania 41. So, yeah, this is, if they did it, fine. No problems whatsoever. But I think there's a few things that have to be taken into consideration. Let's put it that way. But yeah, they could do it. They've done it before. They did it with Roxana. But it's not a road that we usually tread, to be honest. It's not a path we usually go down. It's I can only think of that one example. We've known of what the WrestleMania main events have been months and months and months and months and months in advance, but 12 months in advance, I think I could only think of that one example. So it's a very unusual path, but one that we have been down before, yeah. So Arbora, shout out to you. Mosey, the wrestling god, appreciate the support, my friend. I hope you're well. Hope you're enjoying the stream. Can I like these? Oh, I can? Wow. How long have I been able to do that? I can like super chats. Can I like normal messages? Let me have a look. Can I like them? No. I can't like normal messages, but I can like super chat messages. Maybe I should start liking them, and then I'll know if I've missed any. That's good, days. The members ones, I'm not sure it gives me the option, but other ones it does. It's probably been there forever, to be honest. From the start, it's probably been there, and I've just never noticed. But there we go. I've liked Arborus's, and I've liked Toxplicities. Appreciate the support, my friends. See, you fired in a couple. I've liked them both. Toxplicity said, Days, as an Australian, I'll be mad if Roman doesn't compete, considering we won't see Punk or Seth now. Do you think he could get a match now? Do you know, I would say the chances have probably gone up. but I don't think you get him. I'm trying to think, who can they, I mean, Seth, to be honest, I think there's replacements for Seth. Brock was never guaranteed. CM Punk was announced, though. WWE always like to try and replace like for like. If there's going to be a big star out, we'll give you a replacement big star. But, how do you replace a CM Punk? If they gave you Becky Lynch instead, and she wasn't going to be on the card, but she will now, would WWE view that as a like for like? I don't have an answer to that. I don't know. I'm not asking if you would see it as a like for like, right? I'm just saying, would WWE see that as a like for like? She is a massive star. So would WWE think, okay, well, they've lost CM Punk, but instead we'll put Becky Lynch on? Would that be good enough? I think there is a chance that it does increase the chances of Roman going, but if I'm a betting man, I'm still going to say he's not going to be there. I think WWE have got a problem, though, with... I don't think they've got a problem with Seth. I think Seth is replaceable in the sense of, I think you can use a Drew McIntyre. I think you can use a Kevin Owens, a Sami Zayn. I think they are... in WWE's eyes, replacements. I think you can replace Seth with them. But CM Punk's different. CM Punk is that next level above, in my opinion. He hasn't been around for 10 years. I don't know if Cody was going to be on the card. I would imagine he was. So you can't really replace CM Punk with a Cody. I don't know. I don't know who they replace him with. But it's difficult, isn't it? Because Roman has got a contract that says he'll work a certain number of dates. They have seemingly allocated those dates. I think they would have to go to Roman and say to Roman, we've got a problem. You can see the problem we've got. We need you for Elimination Chamber. Can we get another date from you? They'd probably have to pay him a bit more money, right, in order to secure an extra date. If they did put a bit of money his way, I think he would do it. I think he would do it. We've given him a lot. WWE have given him a lot. WWE have given him a hell of a deal. So I can't sit here and say no. I can't sit here and go, nah, there's no way he ain't gonna do that. He's got his dates and that's it. Because if WWE were to ask and give him a bit extra, then they might be able to secure him. They might be able to. But if I'm a betting man, I've got to be honest, I'm leaning towards no. I think it's more likely they throw you a Bianca, a Becky, they throw you someone along those lines, that maybe wasn't going to be on the cards. They throw you them instead. So, yeah. It's an interesting point. It's a really interesting point. Do you get Roman at the Elimination Chamber now? They're going to have to ask the question. Elliot said, I think Cody was meant to win at WrestleMania 39 and Vince changed it last minute. It explains Roman's random year as it wasn't planned. I think we get Rock versus Roman in Saudi. They'll pay $200 million. Seth versus Gunther at WrestleMania. Well, I'm not sure about the WrestleMania 39 thing because if I seem to remember at the press conference after, maybe it's one of those where we'll never quite know the truth, but Triple H seemed to suggest that this was the plan, and he seemed to suggest that the road isn't always a straight road kind of a situation, And I think he has also shown with the Drew losing to Roman that he doesn't have a problem, and with Sammy losing in Montreal, that he doesn't have a problem with shows ending on a down note, which is a double-edged sword because it does leave you at the time kind of going, oh, what has he done that? What a horrible way to end the show. All right, they didn't win, but can we not get like a feel-good moment at the end? I don't know if Tyson Fury singing was meant to be the feel-good moment, but it was weird, right? And it just left me confused. Didn't leave me feeling good. It left me just confused, right? So at the time when you watch those shows, you're like, why has he done that? I didn't want this. Can't he get beat up and then someone make the save and we get a new story and a new something to be excited about? Or can't someone come back that we haven't seen for a while? But Triple H has shown that he's all right with shows ending on a downer. So I really don't know. If I was a betting man, I would say it was planned. If I was a betting man, I'd say that Triple H thought last year, I'm going to have Cody fail at the first hurdle, but we will get him where we need him to be this time next year. If I was a betting man, I would say that. But you are not wrong in speculating, I wonder if, because it would explain why what came after didn't feel as strong. But I think if you look at the Jay story, that's a story I think that was planned. Jay leaving the bloodline, that being a focus, Roman versus Jay, for the who is the real tribal chief thing, that to me feels like it was probably planned. The bits after that, right? And the thing is, SummerSlam, I think, is July, right? So I know SummerSlam feels like it's super late in the year. It's not really. You've still got August, September, October, November, December. You've still got nearly half the year. It's a long time. So I kind of feel that SummerSlam was planned. It was okay. The story was okay. but it's 6th of August, right? So early August SummerSlam. So you've got the rest of August. You've got September, October, November, December, right? So it's a long time. It's a long time, and I know that he did do stuff after that, right? I know he had the match with LA Knight and all this kind of stuff. But yeah, the point remains, the year before we were doing Honorary Uce, we were doing Usi, right? We was doing Sammy conflicted about should I turn on Kevin, and the whole war games with the Bloodline. You know, we had all of that, and it did feel not as impactful after SummerSlam for me. Maybe it did for you. But for me, the whole Bloodline Roman thing just didn't feel as impactful. So, yeah, I can't say you're wrong to speculate. I wonder if it was because of this. But I think it probably was planned. I think the truth is that Roman's limited dates really hurt them towards the end of the year. You know, Roman was away for a fair bit as well, actually, in a chunk, but thankfully we were able to get John Cena. So whilst Roman was absent, we were able to maybe shift the focus from the Bloodline and focus on John Cena. That was probably a blessing and a curse, because it was good that we had John's star power, but it was a curse because we wasn't actually building anything. Like, John went away, and so it meant all those segments John was in, we'd, like, you know, use John and we'd expose John, but, like, he went away. So with the Bloodline, they've always been there, haven't they? You know, Solo's always been there, Jimmy's always been there, even if Roman hasn't. We've always had Paul Heyman, but when we had John come in, brilliant for the star power, but then he went. So, yeah, it was, I think there was a few bits and bobs that were issues towards the end of last year. But then, of course, you know, you get to Survivor Series at the end of November, CM Punk comes back, and the red side of things feels like it's popping, you know? And, you know, even the blue side was able to keep going and kind of maintain decent numbers, good numbers. But it was just the Bloodline story in particular just really felt like it lost a bit of its shine. So this is just goes back to the point I made earlier. I feel like this is a perfectly acceptable time for us to finish the Bloodline story. I think the Bloodline story is not really doing a great deal, and we could reignite it, but I don't know that that's the plan, because the alternative is that you put the belt on Cody and then you go down a whole new path. So, Elliot, shout out to you. I love your Seth versus Gunther suggestion. I'm right there with you. James, shout out to you, said a hologram Dusty, just like they did with Paul Bearer. Yeah, sign me up for that. Sign me up for that. I'll take that. I'll take that. I'll take a hologram Dusty. I would want Cody to not know, which might make the presentation of that a little difficult. The reason why I would want Cody to not know is because if the statue was at the top of the entrance ramp, Cody can always say, you know, if I'm going to do this, I want my dad there, you know. I didn't have him there last year, and I'm hoping this is what gives me that little bit extra. I'm hoping he gives me that like, you can explain why the statue is there. You can explain why it's there. The footage, I said, if that gets shown, I would hope they don't tell him. If they play, like, you know, Dusty giving a thumbs up, giving a smile, I would hope they play that and Cody not know. So if we was to do a hologram, you're going to have to use a certain camera angle, and you're going to have to use, like, I don't quite know how it would get projected. I don't quite know how it works. I don't quite know what Cody sees. I don't know if it's an effect that just works for us at home, or if do they actually see it in the arena. Like, I'm not quite sure how it works. I mean, if there was a way of Cody winning and then a hologram of Dusty being projected somehow next to him, or like just outside the ring or whatever, that Cody could see, and he didn't know it was going to happen. I mean, oh my God. Yes. Oh, sign me up for that. So I'm definitely down for that. That would be absolutely fantastic. So I'm totally with you on the hologram thing. I just don't quite know how they work, to be honest. I don't know the technology. I don't know what Cody would see, what the fans in attendance would see, what we would see, how it quite works. I'm not too clued up on that technology. I seem to remember watching This Morning, which is like, you know, a daytime TV show, and they spoke about a tour that had holograms for Whitney Houston, and they actually had the hologram in the studio, and it was just a TV screen. It was just a TV screen. It was just a TV screen with a black background and like a 3D rendering of her, Whitney, and so she was singing and dancing. I mean, it was clever because it was a computer generated. It looked, you know, AI. They had managed to capture her likeness, and it did look like her, right? So I get that it was impressive technology, but it wasn't what I would regard as a hologram, because it was a 3D model on a TV screen. So I don't think they did that with the Paul Bearer one, though. That wasn't a TV screen, was it? That was like a projection, I believe. So I think there's maybe different ways of doing it. I don't know. Yeah, it's a good shout. It's a good shout. But my knowledge on hologram technology is maybe not where it should be. Aaron, shout out to you, said, man, being a Punk fan is so emotionally draining. Yes. I'm so sad he's injured. GWS, which I think stands for get well soon. In my opinion, Roman doesn't look strong going into Mania. He should have won that 4-way clean. Yeah. Do you know what, though? You're right. I also think he should have won it clean, but I think they're trying to annoy the fans, you know? I think the fact that he's not around much is meant to annoy you, yeah? The fact we had to introduce another title because Roman's not around is meant to annoy you. And maybe, unfortunately, for Toxplicity, if Roman is not in Australia and it annoys him, maybe that's exactly what they want, because they want you to be rooting for Cody, right? They want you to be sick and tired of Roman winning by cheating, and they want you to be sick and tired of Roman not showing up, right? Because they are still working you with you not quite knowing it, right? In the sense of they have got you tired of Roman, right? I'm sick of Roman. I can't believe that, like, he keeps winning this way. I can't believe that we hardly ever see him. Like, this title reign sucks. We need to get this belt off it. I hope Cody wins. I think that's exactly what they want. I think that's exactly what they want from you. They want any way that they can get you to support Cody Rhodes. I think they're interested in exploring it. So if you are tired of him winning by cheating, like many people are, if you're tired of him hardly ever showing up, like many people are, then I suppose the hope is that you will root for the baby face. And so I think they're using this as a tactic. I think they're using it as a way to get people annoyed. They want you to be annoyed. They want you to be in the same situation I'm in, right? I'm in that same boat. I said that the Bloodline story I just don't think is as good anymore, right? I'm not saying that they've sacrificed the Bloodline story, right? I'm not saying they've purposefully made the Bloodline story rubbish. But I think that if they can get you kind of to the point where you are rooting for the babyface and you're happy to see this reign end, then I think that is something that they're looking to do. So, yeah, I think he is looking vulnerable. I think the Bloodline is also looking quite weak. As we said, it's not as strong as when Sammy was there and Jay was there. But I think, that's by design. They took Sammy out. They took Jay out. They didn't have to take Jay out, but they took Jay out. And I think it's by design. Basically, his support structure is crumbling, right? And basically, we know that without that support structure, he wouldn't be champ now because they've bailed him out so many times. Someone has got to deal with Solo and Jimmy and Heyman, as well as deal with Roman himself. And I think Cody will do that. I don't know how he does it. But if you're a Cody Rhodes fan and you ever get a chance to speak to him, you better tell him to have a plan for Solo Sikoa. You better tell him to have a plan for Jimmy Uso, because I'm really tired of these baby faces not having a plan, right? If you was Randy, if you was AJ, if you was LA Knight, what was your plan going into Royal Rumble? That you was just going to win the Fatal 4-Way? Your plan was, I'm going to go in, I'm going to be the best, I'm going to win the Fatal 4-Way. That's a rubbish plan, right? All three of them look rubbish in my eyes as well. I agree, Roman doesn't look brilliant, cheating to win, but at least he went in with some sort of plan. I think the baby faces don't look brilliant, right? What was LA Knight's plan? LA Knight's plan is, I'm going to go in there and just hit the BFT and win the belt. Didn't he try that in Saudi Arabia? How did that work for him? How did that work out? Right? What was AJ Styles' plan? To not use the OC to his advantage, go in there on his own and try and win against three other people, knowing that Solo and Jimmy are going to get involved. Like, I've said this before, this Roman run frustrates a lot of people, right? Because Roman always cheats. It's different for me. It's the baby faces that frustrate me. It's the baby faces. You wouldn't be that stupid. I wouldn't be that. If they said to you, you've got to face Roman Reigns, first of all, you're going to poop your pants, right? Because there aren't many of us, if any of us, that stand a chance, right? I'm sure there are some big, strong people that are in the community that maybe do martial arts or boxing and think, yeah, I'd give it a go, right? I'm going to hold my hand up and say I would be murdered, and it would take about 5 seconds, right? So my first thought's going to be, what the flip am I going to do? You know, I'm thinking like Logan. I'm going to need brass knucks. I'm going to need outside interference. How can I knock the ref down? Like, is there a way I can get the ring to collapse? You know, I'm thinking all this stuff, right? These baby faces are just like, I'm going to go in. I'm going to win. I'm going to go in there. I'm going to win the match. It's like, you're an idiot. Why didn't AJ use the OC? You know, he was like throwing shade at the OC. Like, I don't know why they weren't on the same page, but he had Gallows, he had Anderson. He could have used them. They could have come down and dealt with Solo and dealt with Gallows and Anderson. Could have took out Solo and Jimmy, right? And then Michin could have took out Paul Heyman, right? And he didn't use them. Idiot. I think this is part of the reason why they were showing you that AJ was not on the same page with them, because in retrospect, this is the kind of thing that, you know, people should be talking about. What, you know, how AJ Styles is an idiot. Randy Orton, you know, I don't know what friends Randy's got, but I'm sure he could have found some that could have helped him. Same with LA Knight as well. So we have spoke of this before. It's a double-edged sword. As much as you can look at Roman and say, oh, he cheats to win, blah, 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 blah. Well, do you know what? He still wins, doesn't he? He still wins. People have had years and years and years to get them belts off him, and they haven't done it. And that's on them. That's on them. But I don't disagree. I would like for him to win the odd match clean. I would like for him to win the odd match clean, because it is at the point now where we don't see him, and even when we do see him, he just has to keep cheating to win. And it isn't really showering this reign in glory. But we've also said before, and it is true, that no one remembers what happens during the reigns, right? No one is going to be able to tell me every title defense that Hulk Hogan had in his run, right? No one's going to be able to tell me every title defense Bruno Sammartino had in his run, because a lot of that detail gets lost to time, right? You could probably tell me all the pay-per-view defenses Hogan had, but I'm fairly confident you can't tell me about all the house show and TV show ones, right? The ones that are a bit more buried away, that you've really got to be there at the time, or you've got to really go through the network, you know? If you want to be looking at like his feuds with Kamala and Big Boss Man and Paul Orndorff, you know? Everyone knows Andre and Piper and King Kong Bundy and Macho Man and Ultimate Warrior and Sergeant Slaughter and Zeus. Like, everyone knows those ones, but the house show ones, people don't know so much. Because they were obviously much further out the public eye. So the point remains, you know, we don't know if there was not any cheating that was done or anything like this. In fact, a lot of the kids today might not even be able to tell you some of the pay-per-view ones, might not know about Zeus, might not know about some of those feuds that Hogan had during his run. Certainly go back before WrestleMania and TV pay-per-views. You know, Bob Backlund, you know, how many Bob Backlund feuds can you tell me? Superstar Billy Graham, how many Superstar Billy Graham feuds can you mention? Pedro Morales, how many feuds of his did he have? When did he have them? Who did he feud with? Was there cheating involved? The point is, Roman cheats to keep the belt, but he keeps the belt. In 50 years' time, people won't know how Roman won some of these matches. All they'll know is the number that he had the belt for, because the record at the end of the day is all that matters. A lot of thoughts in there, isn't there, about the Roman reign, but yeah, for me, the timing is right for Cody to finish the story. Right, Charles said, do you think Braun Breaker is a better choice for the main roster than JD McDonough? JD looks out his place being used in the Judgment Day. I think Braun Breaker is better for the main roster. I think it's easier to see how you use Braun Breaker. Braun Breaker is a Goldberg, Batista powerhouse that I think would work on his own or helping out a tag team. You can use him heel, you can use him face. I think, yeah, Braun Breaker, it feels like, you know, if you give him the plans for what you was going to do with Brock Lesnar, yeah, you can give those to Braun Breaker, right? That's, you know, him taking on Dominic at Elimination Chamber, fine. Him beating Gunther for the Intercontinental title, fine. If that's what we have to do, yeah, fine. Him helping out DIY or the Creed brothers, fine, right? Him like being the powerhouse in a faction, fine, yeah. You could have him in the background, just sort of like saying a few words, but he's basically the guy that like Braun Strowman was in the Wyatt family. You know, you could treat Braun Breaker that way in Alpha Academy. So you could have Alpha Academy, and they could have it like be up against it. Say Judgment Day have targeted them. Alpha Academy need to get someone to help them get to the pay-per-view. Here's their mystery partner. His Braun Breaker, you know, he has that aura of like, oh man, he's going to ruin Judgment Day. Like, can you imagine him and Damian Priest? He's going to kill JD McDonough. He's going to kill Dominic. He's probably going to chuck Finn Balor around the ring. The only person he'll struggle with is Damian Priest. But man, that's a good sign-in for Alpha Academy, right? Or whatever. So yeah, loads of ways that you can use Braun Breaker. I think it's harder to pin down JD's appeal, right? He's a good wrestler that doesn't really have much in the way of a gimmick. You know, when he first arrived in NXT, they tried to make him like driving cars, looking kind of cool. I remember a bit of like it was sort of like a commercial feel, a little bit Bond, little bit James Bond, right? I think he had shades on, arm on the window, driving this car, lovely scenery, and, you know, like wide shot and everything. And so it felt like they were trying to present him as like this really cool guy, a little bit Bond-esque. And, but we soon dropped that. I mean, we didn't follow up on that. And I don't quite know what his identity is. He just seems to be someone that just jobs a lot. He takes a lot of L's. And I don't know that he's like not a good fit for the main roster, because we do need people in that position. But I think it's just harder to pin down how are you going to use him long term. Right now he is just jobbing a lot, taking a lot of losses, is a gatekeeper for anyone that wants to get at Finn and Damian, right? Or anyone that wants a win over the Judgment Day. Then they beat JD McDonough. So he does serve a purpose. But it's probably not the role that he dreamed of having. And how he progresses from here, where he goes after this, I think that's a harder path to map out. That's a difficult one to map out. Whereas I think Bron Breakker, it kind of writes itself. There's like a million different things you can do with Bron Breakker. Feels a lot more challenging, doesn't it, with JD McDonough? So I'm not going to say he doesn't belong on the main roster. I think he's actually a very good wrestler. He's had some very good matches. I just think that we haven't found his identity. I don't know what his identity is. And certainly the role he's performing now, I don't think will be the role that he will keep, because if he does, then he's basically the modern day Heath Slater. He's the modern day Kurt Hawkins, if that's the role he's going to keep doing, right? He's just going to keep jobbing and just keep losing. He's Kurt Hawkins would be like the comparison. And I hope that he eventually gets better than that, to be honest. I hope that that's not the role they've got planned for him. Simon, shout out to you. Simon said, I think we will get Roman Wayans versus The Rock, Roman Reigns, at Elimination Chamber in Perth, Australia. I hate that was WWE's plan all along, said Simon. Well, I don't know that it was. I mean, there's big rumors that their plan was to try and get him to do the Saudi Arabia show. Reports are that Roman was not expected to be at Elimination Chamber. I don't know that they will do that match there, to be honest. I think that the Australian fans are going to be excited to have a big stadium show. They did have one before, which was it the Superstar Showdown from like 2018-ish, right? So they have had a stadium show there a few years back. But, this is not a regular thing for Australia. And we know that there's going to be a lot of press work done over there. They're going to be pushing hard. They've already sent over superstars. Rhea's been over there. Dominic's been over there. They keep sending people over to kind of promote this thing. So they're trying to sell like the tickets. I think it's in a stadium that can hold like 60,000. I think the truth is that the Australian fans are going to turn out regardless. They don't really need Rock versus Roman there to get the fans to buy tickets and to tune in. I think it's just exciting for those fans that they've got this event. I suppose in a way it's very similar to Clash at the Castle. So Clash at the Castle, like, yeah, obviously Roman being there was absolutely huge, but I can assure you that even if Roman wasn't there, as long as the main event still had some good big names, juicy names, right? I can assure you that place would have still sold the tickets it sold, right? Because wrestling fans in the UK are so passionate. Some of the most passionate, some of the most supportive in the world. It's no coincidence that if you look at the wrestling YouTuber landscape, you do see a lot of British faces, right? That's not a coincidence. It's because we are very, very engaged with WWE. There is a real passion for wrestling. It was very successful in this country, wrestling. We used to have it on TV. Not WWE, although that was like normal TV, terrestrial TV. We used to have like Big Daddy and Giant Haystacks and Mick McManus and Johnny Saint, World of Sport. And, my dad, who has no interest in WWE whatsoever, never has, he used to watch wrestling on a Saturday. He used to tune in, and it was huge. Everyone did. It would get like 20 million views. In a country that had about 50 million people in it, it would have like half the country tuning in and watching wrestling. I mean, it's just, the numbers were just staggering. You know, it was just so loved throughout like the 60s and the 70s, going into the 80s. Its popularity started to wane at that point. And then, you know, lo and behold, WWE kind of really took off. And so as wrestling on TV phased out in the UK, the WWE were able to swoop in and kind of grab people's interest. So I've told the story, like when I got into wrestling and saw WWE in the early 90s, I'd never seen wrestling. I'd never seen it. It had been off TV long enough where I had never encountered it. I had never seen it. It was, I didn't even know it was a thing. I didn't know that anyone in the world did this, right? It would be like the first time you discover or see football, right? It was, what's this? What's going on? Like, it was mind blowing. But it never used to be that way. It is very entrenched in British culture, professional wrestling. So, as I said, like, you didn't need Roman to shift tickets for Clash at the Castle. You know, it would have sold itself. And I feel the same is true for Australia. I feel like the same is true. I think there's a very passionate fan base over there. They've done a stadium show before that sold very, very well. So I think that Roman against The Rock, I'm leaning towards that being in Saudi Arabia. As we said to Toxplicity earlier, I think unfortunately there is a very good chance that Roman doesn't make the trip over there. Whether they panic now because of the amount of injuries, no Seth, no Brock, no CM Punk, whether they feel like, wow, that's enough, we really do need Roman now, I can't answer that. I don't know. I don't know at what point they push the panic button. My gut feeling is not yet. Not yet would be my gut feeling, because Roman, I don't think was ever going to be there anyway. Brock was going to face Dominic. I think we can replace that. Seth, we already knew was injured, so we already knew that he was going to be out. It's the CM Punk one that has really got me wondering if they are going to do what you're suggesting. So, but I don't think it would be against The Rock. I think they would still save that for Saudi Arabia, and the reason is because they can get big money from Saudi. Saudi will pay big money, so that's why I think they won't do the Rock Roman match. But yeah, good comment. It's an interesting one. It's certainly all of these comments, as I've said before, really get me thinking, and I'm sure they get you lot thinking as well. You know, there's a lot of speculation, there's a lot of unknowns, there's a lot of reports. We can't really say anything with certainty because we don't know, to be honest. Or we're having to deal with stuff that comes out from PW Insider, things that come out from Dave Meltzer, things that come out from Sean Ross Sapp, you know. We're having to deal with that and try and put the pieces together ourselves. So you can never say never, right, with these kind of things. And wrestling has really taught us that. I mean, CM Punk coming back, Edge going to AEW. I mean, listen, it's a lesson learned. Never say never. So could it happen? Sure. But we just have to deal with, is it likely to happen? And to be honest, right now, I'm leaning towards no. I'm thinking Saudi Arabia is where their sights are set. PS3 Mason said, after Roman loses, does he have a rematch, or would there be a break for a few months? Ultimately, do you think Roman being the one to dethrone Cody down the line? What happens to the wise man? Maybe he helps Randy. Okay, let's try and break this down. After Roman loses, will he get a rematch? I don't think so. He would be able to get a rematch, right? He would be worthy of a rematch. And maybe there would be a rematch at some point, but I don't think we do Roman losing the title and then do the rematch at like WrestleMania Backlash. I don't think Backlash, I don't know, is a big enough show. I actually don't know. Is it going to be Backlash? Have they announced what the show is? Let's have a look. What's the show straight after WrestleMania this year? It's the French Backlash now, right? So it's the Backlash. It is Backlash. In my head, I don't know why, I thought they'd moved it, right? So in my head just went, they've moved it to June or something like this. They haven't. It is Backlash. It's the one that's in May. So, and it's the one that's in France. Again, using reports, Roman is not expected to be at that show. So we're not expecting Roman to be at Backlash or the Bash in Berlin. That means that Roman may be at Money in the Bank in Canada, but there's no guarantee of that either, right? But apparently not at Backlash. So could Roman get a rematch for the title? Absolutely yes, but not immediately. So it's not like it's going to be he loses and then faces Cody at Backlash, because word on the street is he ain't at Backlash. So that would mean that we would then move on to something else for Cody, which I don't mind, to be honest. And if the plan is that we're going to be doing Roman against The Rock in Saudi Arabia, I don't believe that show has been announced yet. So because that show has not been announced, I am presuming that would be more towards the end of the year. I'm presuming that would be like September, October. So we would need something for Roman before then. He would have to do some at SummerSlam. So maybe you do the rematch at SummerSlam. Maybe you do Cody versus Roman at WrestleMania, and then you do the rematch at SummerSlam, but not at Backlash. What was the next part of that? Next part of that is... Oh, I missed it. Where's the comment gone? Oh, I was trying to break it down. Oh, here we go. Ultimately, will Roman be the one to dethrone Cody? I don't think so. Just because I think he has done it. I think he's had this reign. There are so many people now that need that belt. Like CM Punk needs that belt. Seth would love that belt, because really you're not the guy, you're not the face unless you get that belt. And I think one thing that Triple H has shown is that he's very committed to longer title reigns. You know, Seth's had this belt for, you know, quite a while. Gunther's had the belt for quite a while. We're not seeing belts being passed around too much, maybe outside of the women's tag titles, but honestly, who gives a flip? But when it comes to like the world titles, you know, Io's kept that belt for a while. Look at Rhea, look at Seth, look at Roman, right? So I think if Cody gets it, I would expect him to have it for quite a while. I would expect him to get past a potential Roman rematch at SummerSlam. So no, I actually don't think Roman would be the one to get it back off Cody. I think that there's quite a few people that have been starved of it because of Roman's long title reign. I think there's others that we can have a look at. And don't forget, like, this is a great way of building the stars. Roman has been built, so he doesn't need it. The belt, unfortunately, is a prop. You know, the argument was the reason we didn't have Undertaker as like a 16, 17 time world champion is because he didn't need it. He didn't need it. We got to the point where Undertaker's streak was as important as the title. Undertaker going up against someone at WrestleMania and is this person going to beat him became as important as who's going to win the title. Because he was over, he was done, he was a made man. So we didn't need Undertaker going after the belts. Sometimes, if we were limited on options, or there was a certain story we wanted to tell, we could do it. But other than that, you know, if you look at Undertaker's career and how many world titles he won, Much lower than what you would expect. I mean, you could make the argument Undertaker should be the leader when it comes to title reigns. If you think he debuted in 1990 and then retired in, 2020, you could make the argument that he should have had his 16 world title reigns, but we didn't do it because he didn't need it. And I think Roman is very much at that point now. If you do a WrestleMania and Roman Reigns is on the card, you ain't gonna need the title to be involved. So no, I don't think he will, to be honest, buds. What happens to the wise man? Maybe Randy. I don't think Randy, to be honest, because Randy is someone that's quite late into his career. I think that Randy is someone that's got a few years left, and I think the wise man is someone that brings credibility to someone that maybe just needs a boost. So, for example, he was with Brock Lesnar for the longest time because Brock was a beast, but his promo skills were not like all that. Obviously, after years of listening to Paul Heyman, Brock's now a lot more comfortable on the microphone. He's seen how Paul has dealt with like a billion different incidents, different crowd chants, different crowd reactions, learning how to let the crowd, how long to let them chant for, or when to sit out and, just pause, and how to deliver like some lines with impact. If you have spent years and years and years with Paul Heyman, right, and him doing promos next to you, you're going to learn a thing or two. So, we got to the point where Brock didn't need Heyman and could cut a few promos on his own. And so we were able to have Heyman focus on some other people. We tried to have Curtis Axel and Cesaro, and, we tried a few different Heyman guys over the years, but it never quite would work out. But he was there to try and give them a boost to their profile if we felt they needed a boost to their profile, or if they needed a bit of help like talking. The Roman one worked because, of course, Roman was not a heel. I mean, that moment where Roman was back and the camera pans over and Heyman is sat there smiling, it just told you that everything had changed. It was a message that everything was different now. The Roman was shifting. That ain't going to work with Randy, because Randy's been heel and he's been face and he's done both and he's had a hell of a career. But Roman was Cena. Roman was that baby face that was a baby face who was not turning heel, and everyone wanted him to or didn't like him. And so they used Heyman as a way to deliver the message. Everything has changed. It would be exactly the same if you put John Cena in that situation. Imagine Cena after he lost to The Rock at WrestleMania 28. Imagine if we saw Cena backstage, right? And it's like, we're going to hear from John tonight. We're going to hear from John tonight. And then at the end of the show, apparently John's not going to come out. Can we get a reporter to go backstage? And they send a reporter back there, and Cena's sat on a sofa going, I've got nothing to say to these people, right? I got nothing to say right now. Come back to me next week or whatever. And then the camera pans across and Heyman is sat there with a smile on his face. It would be a way of telling you everything has changed. So to me, Heyman has very specific roles and there's ways of using him. I don't see what he brings to a Randy Orton, because Randy doesn't need promos. He can cut promos. Randy has been heel for years, and he's also been face. So that everything has changed vibe, it ain't gonna work with Randy. Like, you can't have Randy backstage, camera pans across, Heyman's there. It would be a cool moment, but it ain't gonna hit the same way that the Roman one hit. It wouldn't hit the same way that the John Cena one would hit. It would be like, oh, okay, it's interesting, but it wouldn't be the same. So I don't think that you would do that with Randy, to be honest. I think that you would potentially look at someone like a Gable Steveson. I think you would look at like a Bron Breakker. I think you would look at, like, someone of that ilk, one of these stars that's coming through. I think you would use Paul Heyman to basically say, this is the next one. This is the one you need to be paying attention to. Like, Bron Breakker is not here just to take part. He's here to take over. You put Heyman with Obafemi. You put Heyman with Von Wagner. You put Heyman with Bron Breakker. You put Heyman with, one of these monsters. One of these guys that's here to, Gunther. Gunther, the only thing I would say is that Gunther's got a very unique presentation. Heyman doesn't quite fit into it, in my opinion. But, I think if Roman loses the title, where do you move Heyman? I think you move him to one of these up-and-coming stars that really would benefit by having Heyman next to him. I mean, Heyman has shown that he has got a great ability to align himself with just the biggest things going, right? I mean, Brock Lesnar, amazing, yeah? He was a CM Punk guy as well, right? Back in the day. CM Punk joking he's the OG Heyman guy. And, right now moving over to the heel Roman Reigns. If Heyman jumps from Roman and goes somewhere else, what a boost that will be to whatever, star this is going to be. So if he jumps over, maybe he stays with Solo. Maybe he stays with Solo. Perhaps, like, he stays with Solo and, Solo becomes like a bit of a monster and they use him to build Solo up. I think you go with one of those. So Heyman will not struggle for options. In fact, you might also run the risk of Heyman calling it quits. Because at what point is he going to wind it down? This is quite the schedule for Paul Heyman. At what point is he going to be like, I've done it. I've made my money. I'm just going to, do the odd appearance now. He might not want to continue. So it'll be very interesting. It's a great question. It'll be very interesting to see what's next for Paul Heyman. And I would put him with an NXT talent. Donald said, did you see the video at the house show? A fan asked Cody to be his best man and he accepted. I did see that, yes. I didn't really have any thoughts on it, to be honest. I did see it, though. It did the rounds. There's not much I can provide on that. I didn't really have any thoughts on it. I mean, I'm guessing that it's a nice promotional thing for Cody. So that, like, it gets people talking. There'll be pictures of him at the wedding. And I'd imagine he'll, I think the dude said it was on a Saturday or something. And I don't even know if they're going to be able to make it work, to be honest. I mean, it might be one of those where he's accepted, but actually the schedule won't line up. So I don't know. It didn't really do much for me, but it did the rounds on social media. Nita Nitro said, do you think Punk delivered a couple of heel lines last night, knowing that he was injured, so that when he comes back, he can return full heel? No, not really. When did he deliver any heel lines? I've not seen like any Punk interviews or anything. So if you're telling me there's some Punk interviews that I've missed, then I'll have to see if I can find those. But no, I've not seen any heel lines. I think anything he was doing in the ring was just him having fun. I don't think there's any way at that point that he can, in his head, know, oh, I'm injured, right? I'm going to be out. I'm going to come back heel. I don't think that he's going to, process that in that way. I would imagine he might know that's done. That's gone. He might know that, right? So if he says to Jessica Carr, this is gone, I know it's gone, I've done this before, or I know my body well enough to know that this is serious, he might in his head know I'm out of WrestleMania, or in his head fear I'm done with WrestleMania. But certainly I don't think in his head he's going to have thought, right, I'm out of WrestleMania, I'm done for like 6 months, I'm going to come back heel, I'm going to say some lines. like to plant seed. And no, I don't think, not for 1 second do I think that's happened. So I don't know. I don't know what comments have been made, to be honest, or where they've been made. I'm looking forward to getting an update in regards to him on the show tonight. Right, let's go down. Man, so many comments, and it's awesome. Let me just send this out because I still have not told people that we're live. Cody Rhodes Rumble reaction. Bailey Rumble reaction. And we've also got Gunther versus Kofi. That'll do. It'll have to do. Because I have accidentally put it out on the Wrestling Days channel, which is a little bit of a problem. But it's done now. Right, let's go over to what was I can't remember what I was going over to. Oh, I was going over to this. Simon, shout out to you, my friend. Really appreciate the support. Simon said, safe. I think we could get The Rock versus Roman. He'd be at the head of Elimination Chamber. Cody is then free to finish the story at WrestleMania. I think that Rock and WWE's plan is Perth, Australia. Okay, Simon, shout out to you. Well, I really appreciate the support. I can only tell you what I've heard. And what I heard was that WWE were trying to get it for Saudi Arabia because they were trying to get extra money out of Saudi Arabia. Saudi Arabia will pay. I mean, we're seeing boxing events over there and racing over there. And I think is golf over there as well. Like, they have got serious money. Obviously, football. Look at the Saudi Pro League and all these players that are going over to Saudi Arabia. So I think the belief, from what I've read, is that WWE feel that they can get extra money if they do Rock Roman in Saudi Arabia. So that's why when Cody won the Rumble, it felt like they'd managed to convince The Rock to do the Saudi Arabia show and then do Roman, Cody at WrestleMania. If your belief is that they're going to do Rock Roman at Elimination Chamber now, I there's nothing I can say. I mean, I've not read that, so I can't agree with it. But as I said before, man, anything happens. I mean, CM Punk came back, Edge went over to AEW. You know, anything can happen. Plans do change. Plans have to change. Clearly, plans are changing because of Brock, because of CM Punk being injured. You know, realistically, everything's on the table. Everything's on the table. So I think the best thing I can say is I wouldn't get disappointed if you don't get it. I really would think it's not gonna happen, right? But if you do get it, then wow, amazing. If it goes to Australia, wow, it's wow, right? But I wouldn't get down if it doesn't happen, because everything I've read is that the plan, as we said, is Saudi Arabia. But we'll see. We will see. Defron said, Punk is done. Do we get Gunther Rollins now? I hope so. It's the direction I would go. David said, look at CM Punk's AEW track record. Did he ever manage to get through a match and not get injured? He's struggling. He is struggling because he is getting on. His body is getting on. And this is the exact same issue that The Rock has got. You know, The Rock is firmly in that boat. His body is done. His body is aging. His body is going to really struggle to take the bumps. I mean, this is why wrestling is very, very difficult, and why wrestlers, you know, deserve to be respected, because, you know, we love wrestling and we have our favorites and they deserve to be respected anyway. But it's easy to forget, because they are so good at what they do, just how much the body goes through when you have a match. The bumps, the knocks, the bruises. You know, you hear wrestlers say all the time that they rarely go into matches 100%, if ever, right? Normally, every wrestler has got some sort of niggle or complaint or some sort of issue when they're going into matches because the body just takes so much trauma, you know? Certainly if you work in a full-time schedule. They also say, like, when you're working that full-time schedule, your body sort of hardens, if you will. You know, your body sort of gets used to taking these bumps. And that makes it actually a lot easier. So someone like CM Punk, who, when did he last compete? I mean, I know he had that little match with Dominic, but I don't know how much he's been actually having proper matches. He's been trying to build up his body's resilience, and it's not worked. It's not worked. I really don't think it's a coincidence that him at his age is suffering the amount of injuries that he's suffering, you know. And I think that's the exact same concern when it comes to The Rock, and it's the same concern that you have with like John Cena and like people when they get on, like you unfortunately get to that point where your body just can't go like it used to go. WrestleBuzz, shout out to you, my friends. Gunther for double champ, said WrestleBuzz. Gunther for double champ. Could it be? Could it be? Could we get World Heavyweight Champion Seth Rollins against Intercontinental Champion Gunther? Maybe in a champion versus champion match. That's an interesting thought. I said earlier I would have Gunther vacate because I think that you could do a match on the card where 2 people, 3 people, ladder match. How about a ladder match for the vacated Intercontinental Championship? That would be sick. Ladder match for the vacated Intercontinental Championship. I'd be down for that. I would go that way, but you're absolutely right. You could do champion versus champion. This could be a bit Hogan, Ultimate Warrior, you know? That was champ versus champ. Granted, it wouldn't be face versus face, so it wouldn't be the same in that regard, but champ versus champ, you could definitely go down that road. I've tagged you in this interesting tweet that a guy has shared, said please 200. Can you have a look at it? I can. You're just gonna have to give me 1 second because I've still got all these bookmarks from the Royal Rumble Unseen video, and I definitely need a nice clean slate for the Raw Unseen video. So I'm just actually unbookmarking a load of tweets right now whilst talking to you. Should I have done this earlier? Yeah, maybe, but obviously we had the CM Punk news. And then earlier today I did the WrestleMania match card prediction video, which, as we said, definitely probably should have waited on. But it's difficult, isn't it? Because I feel like that was the big talking point coming out of the Royal Rumble. Who is going to main event WrestleMania now? Who is going up against Gunther? Who's going up against Roman? Who's going up against Seth? Like, that's what the Rumble determines. And it creates new matches and cements kind of matches. So I think the conversation was, what does WrestleMania look like? That felt to me like where the conversation, obviously the conversation became what's going to happen with CM Punk. It morphed into that. But it did feel to me at the time like WrestleMania, that was the right video to make. Of course, in retrospect, now it wasn't. So, you know, you live and you learn, don't you? I learned that God hates me. That's what I learned today. God hates me and CM Punk. That's what I learned. Wow, here we go. Triple H tonight. Tonight, CM Punk will kick off Raw with an update. He'll be live and without commercial interruption. He's going to say that he is not going to vacate the World Heavyweight Championship. The doctors have told him that he should be out for like 4 to 6 months, and he plans at being at WrestleMania. I feel like we're just going to do this exact same segment every single week. We did it last week with Seth. We're going to do it this week with CM Punk. We're going to do it next week with Gunther. We're just going to keep working through all the wrestlers. Raw is, until WrestleMania, going to open with this exact segment. It's just going to be injured wrestler comes out and says, I'm injured, but I still plan on being there. Is that what CM Punk's going to... Joking aside, though, is that what CM Punk's going to say? I actually don't think he can this time. Joking aside, I don't think he can. I think he is going to miss WrestleMania. Casual LA Night Enjoyer says, I hope this CM Punk injury is a work. So have this, I will do anything for WrestleMania story. It is surreal. CM Punk coming back and then getting injured. It is wild. This whole thing is wild. Dead Man Talking, appreciate it, my friends. Mo Reigns, I appreciate it, my friends. Davids, Kevin Owens turns hype man for Becky Lynch after her Royal Rumble defeat. Oh, I've not seen this. I've not seen this. Oh, look at her face. Look at... Oh, I need to watch that. Well, you can watch it thanks to Davids, who I have retweeted. Ah, oh, look at this. Bucket, you cowards. Casual LA Night Enjoyer, quote tag me, because look, if I retweet this now, people aren't going to know exactly what you're referring to unless they go up here. So I've got to retweet this, really. Because if I retweet that, people won't see this, so I've got to retweet it. That's my problem. That's why I say quote tweet, because now I've got to do that, and Casual LA Night Enjoyer won't really get the recognition, but I feel all right because they got the recognition on the stream, so I feel all right. I'm still gonna like it. Yeah, that was Bailey at the press conference. Ooh. Definitely you'll tune in for the videos. Thank you, appreciate it. Scott, I wish during the live streams like the Rumble I could watch the stream. We can't watch the Rumble at the same time. You should have found a way. I hate you. That told Scott. Scott, I'm joking. Shaquem said Dusty Rhodes could hoop. Dusty Rhodes is the guy in the court. Hang on, I've forgotten about what it is I'm meant to be looking for here. Hang on, but that is Dusty playing. That is Dusty. Look at him, man. The basketball dream. Dusty Rhodes was that guy on the court. Boom! Now, is this real or is this like AI? Is this AI? What's going on? What is this? What is this? I'm guessing it's real. Is this like some sort of celebrity game that I've never seen? It did say him and NWA. Oh, you never know with AI if someone's like just put his face on it, you know? But that looks legit, doesn't it? Shaquem, I'm going to retweet it. I'm going to retweet it. Boom. Right, how long we got? 3 minutes! Oh my god. Celebrity basketball. It feels like I've never seen that clip before. I've never seen that clip, so I can't say, oh yeah, I've seen that, blah, blah, blah. I've never seen it. Don't know. That's pretty cool, isn't it? Can I just say, people are going to think, oh, you're big-headed, right? I genuinely think that the Wrestling Days Twitter account now is one of the best places. I love it. Absolutely, because I'm getting tagged in stuff like this, which I'm just retweeting. I'm not like putting messages on or anything like that to get the credit. Like I'm retweeting your messages so that you get the likes, you get the retweets, you get the views, right? You get that. Obviously, I benefit because it's all going to be on my feed. But I'm trying to help as much as I can. Like I'm not quote tweeting it myself to steal what you're sharing with me. So I'm retweeting. I'm making sure that the people that are kind enough to find this stuff and tag me in it, they're the ones that are getting the views. And you know, obviously, if they're finding this stuff, I hope they're putting it on their own feeds. So you might want to follow these people as well. So, you know, I'd love it if some of these people were getting like a boost in their followers and everything. So genuinely though, I mean, because of you lot, nothing to do with me, because of you lot, the Twitter account, I will honestly say, has never been better. I've had 4 accounts. 3 I think have been deleted. I think it's 3, because we share links to these streams, and Twitter has always thought they were links to the actual shows. So they get flagged, you appeal them. Twitter is not bothered in the slightest in investigating, right? You can do paragraphs, you can explain it, right? All of this stuff. Yeah, you can even talk to someone in a chat from Twitter. I've done all this. And the answer still comes back irregularities. You know, it appears that you breach copyright, and you never get, like, you know, an answer. It's just very dismissive and very frustrating. So, you know, unfortunately, we're at a point where this is account number 4. This one may go as well eventually. We'll just do another. But I can honestly say I don't think across any of those accounts, I don't think that the content that you lot are tagging me in has ever been as good as this. There's just some incredible stuff like Dusty Rhodes playing basketball, or that joke from Ringside News that I just got tagged in, or, you know, just the information about CM Punk being on Raw, or Kevin Owens and Becky being backstage. You're killing it, basically. You're doing a fantastic job. Oh, there we go. Look, casual. Days, there you go. I quote tweeted it now. Boom, there we go. Well, I've retweeted it now. There you go. Okay, right, look, we're live. We are live with Raw. Let's turn it up. Does anyone know what's wrong with TNT Sports 1? Nothing. I've got it working fine. There is a still image on screen at the moment, which is a bit strange. I think that's... Oh, yeah, it's just staying on screen at the moment. Does anyone else have that? There's a picture of the Tampa Bay area, and it's just stuck on that. So we can hear... Oh, see, Kevin Dunn. Where are you, Kevin Dunn? Why is it just got a picture of a city? Yeah, we've got that as well. It's stuck for me as well. Goods. Well, not good, but you get my point. We're in the same boat, right? Not good. I'm not sitting here going, good, I'm glad you're missing out. You of all people. No, right now we've got a botch. Botchity botch botch. I'm going to write the word botch. Botch. And actually TNT have stepped away, so we don't even have any visibility of anything right now. I don't know if they've killed the feed or what's happened there, but yeah, they've stepped away. We've gone back and it's the same picture. Yay! Man, I'm going to close my eyes and see this picture. This picture's going to haunt my dreams. This is all I'm ever going to see. This is wrestling now. This is all we're ever going to get for the rest of time. WrestleMania 40 is going to be 2 days of this picture. They promised that we were on the verge of something big. They said we were on the verge of a new Attitude Era. Welcome to that new Attitude Era. Let's go. USA Network is working fine. Oh, is it? Good for you. Wow, the international feed is botched right now. In fact, I'll get a picture and I will show you what I can see. Right, you watch. They'll fix it now. It's just that image, that picture right there of like a city. Although, yeah, it has now been fixed. Just as I show you that, now we do have footage of the Royal Rumble. So, yeah, they're botching away like super troopers. Mitchell said, I've tagged you in a tweet about KO. Is that the one that we just saw? Mitchell, was that the one about... We might have just seen it. Oh, no, here we go. Kevin Owens worked the match against Logan this weekend with a fractured foot. Oh, that from Mitchell. Look, 8 minutes ago from Mitchell. 14 minutes ago from Wrestler. Oh, my God. Do you remember that WrestleMania? Was it 32? Where everyone was injured and we had to cobble together like a whole new WrestleMania. Are we on the verge of that for WrestleMania 40? God, at this point, we might have to borrow a lot of TNA talent. Main event is going to be Josh Alexander versus Moose. Because at the moment, it looks like a lot of people are flipping injured. So, Kevin Owens apparently injured. Dead Man Talking, shout out to you. We've done that. Another injury. Is this going to be the Kevin Owens one? Too slow, casual LA night enjoyer. Too slow that time. It's just clicked. Do you want me to sit at the head of the table? He meant TKO, not Bloodline. Oh, I like that. I like that. I don't like this. Oh, this could be bad news, couldn't it? Hopefully it's just because they're in the Tampa area. But Pat is making his way out. I always watch before the main show starts. I stream with my phone just in case. I'll let you off then, my friend. Right. When was... man, it's SmackDown, isn't it, that Kevin Patrick has gone from? So, does this mean... Please don't be back permanently. God. Do you remember when we had that picture that was on screen? It was good, wasn't it? I miss them days. I miss them days of that still image on screen. No! Oh, God! Guys, Football Days is coming back. Football Days is coming back. It's been an absolute pleasure doing wrestling with you. It's been a good run, man. It's been a good run. We managed to get from 2016 up to 2024. 8 years, man. That's a long time, innit? I was hoping we would get to 10 years. I think they give you like a gold clock or something. But, listen, let's switch back to being serious for a second. We've had bad news and we're getting a bit more. CM Punk has just come out with his arm in a sling. And this is not a good look, man. This is not a good look at all, but not a surprise. CM Punk with his arm in a sling is making his way down to the ring. CM Punk men getting into the ring. Yeah, this doesn't look good at all. Lucky Kid, said Internet Menace. Okay, crowd are chanting CM Punk. He's looking at the WrestleMania sign. He's looking quite emotional. He ain't making it, man. He ain't gonna make it, is he? He ain't gonna make it. Or at least he's heavily teasing he ain't gonna make it. I came real close on Saturday night. I'm not mad at anyone. He's earned it. So CM Punk says Cody has earned it. So he says going back to back in a Rumble is like Tampa Bay Lightning going back to back in the Cup. I've never believed in luck. So he doesn't blame anyone. Cody deserves it. He tore his tricep. Well, he hints that winning Chamber might get him to WrestleMania. He doesn't want anyone feeling sorry for him. He said maybe it's just not going to happen. His dream is to main event WrestleMania. He's getting real emotional. Wow. This is really powerful. What a promo. What a promo. What a promo. This is one of the best promos I've seen. WrestleMania scares me. Wow. It's too late to be a work. Oh, this doesn't feel like a work. This is too heavy, I think, to be a work. If this is a work, it's the greatest work I've ever seen. This is a bump in the road. He said, I don't focus on people that are negative. You wake up, you keep going. WrestleMania 40. I guess it's not in the cards. There's always next year. Yeah, not what I was expecting either, to be honest. I think CM Punk has just cut an incredible promo. One of the best promos I think I've ever seen whilst doing a watch along. A promo that I can't even miss a second of, you know. I couldn't talk at all. I couldn't talk to you because everything he just said was edge of the seat, captivating, completely. Why? I don't know why we've had Drew McIntyre come out. This does not feel, unless we're really pushed for time, that promo deserved to be uninterrupted. CM Punk says, not what I was expecting. You see, after something that felt so genuine there, so real, I don't really want any storyline stuff, you know? Let the man say what he's got to say. Let the man go. See, like, CM Punk's got the microphone ready to nail Drew if he tries anything. But that just feels storyline. I've said some terrible things about you. And I meant them. I've had my dreams took away as well. I was fired from this place. It's an amazing promo. I've never been much of a spiritual person. I want you to know this. I prayed for this and it happened. I want you to know this. I prayed for this and it happened. I've never been much of a spiritual person. That's a great line. I heard the news and I slept like a baby. So he said, I prayed for this and it happened. You won the battle, but you didn't win the war. I'm going to live CM Punk's dream again. I'm going to live CM Punk's dream again. CM Punk looks down. Amazing start to Raw, innit? Amazing start to Raw. I wouldn't have had Drew interrupt, but I do love some of the stuff he said. CM Punk stepping up to Drew. When I come back. I will main event WrestleMania. And I'm coming right for you. Kicks coming in there by CM Punk with just one arm. Headbutt, down goes CM Punk. Sammy, we need Sammy. He stomps on the arm. Yeah. Sammy making his way down. Shots coming in there by Sammy. Sammy coming to CM Punk's aid. Loud Sammy chants from the crowds. Drew on the outside is being quite watchful. Crowd are olaying away, which is brilliant. It's great to hear them olaying. CM Punk gets helped up by Sammy and the medics. We're backstage with Judgment Day. This is a bit of the downside of not having commercial breaks. We can't really get into our thoughts. We just have to move on, unfortunately. Tonight is about sending a message that wasn't sent at the Royal Rumble. We're done with distractions, said Damian Priest. Everyone's getting too comfortable to challenge the Judgment Day. We need to show how vicious we are. So is this going to lead to Judgment Day going up against DIY? There's DIY. Is it Johnny's turn to cut a promo now? The promo as we walk to the gorilla. We did that with Tommaso before. Looks like we're doing it with Johnny. These two talking as they're walking, heading, I'm guessing, towards the gorilla position. We are DIY. Okay, so DIY are making their way out. DIY are going to be taking on Judgment Day with the titles on the line. Saw that Rhea's eyes were angry when Priest was angry. Ciampa's beard looks weird. Right, I feel like we definitely do have to do a quick video on that CM Punk subject, because that CM Punk subject is so big. So big. You can see some of the images that I've just managed to quickly grab from social media. We've got this here. Bang, bang, bang. That'll do. That'll do. That'll have to do. Let's just quickly share some thoughts as we've got entrances for DIY against Judgment Day. Incredible start to Raw. CM Punk coming out, and you can see that his arm was in a sling. He had so much to say. This is honestly one of the best promos I can remember. I mean, it was emotional. There was some real substance in this. He didn't just come out and say that he was injured and he's not sure when he's going to be back. it went so much deeper than that. There was so much more emotion to this than that. He said that he doesn't blame anyone. He said that Cody deserves it. He said that he confirmed that he's tore his tricep. He also said he doesn't want anyone feeling sorry for him. And he went on to tell a story about a friend that was battling cancer. And he said that he's been with his friend when his friend has gone through chemotherapy, and his friend is always in a good mood. And it was at this point that, like, you could see that CM Punk was getting emotional, and, you know, his eyes were starting to get a bit puffy and watery. And as he was talking about his friend, he said, "This is nothing but a flesh wound in comparison to what his friend is going through." And then he went on to say, you know, listen, I'm someone that loses more often than I win. And then he said, did you see me in the UFC? He actually brought up the UFC and said, like, you know, that wasn't good, like what he did in the UFC. And it wasn't, to be honest. But he said, look, WrestleMania scares me. It's his dream to main event WrestleMania. And, you know, his focus is on trying to get back and to main event WrestleMania. And it looks like WrestleMania 40 is just not in the cards for him. But, you know, he is a fan of the Chicago Cubs. And as they tend to say, there's always next year. He also spoke about, like, not focusing on what people say and getting too, like, dragged down into the negativity. You know, about how it doesn't matter about his haircut. It doesn't matter if he's got, like, the wrong tattoos. And as he was trying to, like, really carry on with this promo, and kind of, it was really captivating. It was like the people were with him. Drew McIntyre came out. And at this point, this is when CM Punk was like, I wasn't expecting this, because he was really on a roll. And he was really, like, pouring his heart out. Drew McIntyre came out, and this felt like the wrong move to me. I didn't like this. I wanted CM Punk to get everything off his chest that he wanted to get off his chest. But what I will say is that Drew McIntyre came out and made some amazing comments. He said that he prayed for this to happen, and it came true. He said that he didn't sleep the night of the Rumble because CM Punk eliminated him. But when he found out Punk was injured and was out, he slept like a baby. And, like, you know, CM Punk said, look, I'm going to go away, I'm going to rehab, but when I come back, I will main event WrestleMania, and I'm coming for you. So he made his intentions very clear. The two then brawled. Drew was obviously getting the advantage, and Sami Zayn came down and made the save, and that's how the segment ended. This was, honestly, it was captivating. And even the Drew thing, which I felt was the wrong move at the time, the comments that he made after just meant that this segment just kept delivering and delivering and delivering. I don't know where we go from here. It definitely feels like CM Punk is out of WrestleMania, as he has said. It seems like WrestleMania is not in the cards for him. He's going to come back and try and main event WrestleMania in the future. There's obviously lots of thoughts of different things that we can do. This isn't the video for that. This is a video to just, I suppose, initially react to this segment. And my initial reactions are, you need to see this. CM Punk was at his captivating best. The news isn't good, but this segment certainly was. Right, we are underway with DIY, and they're sat on the edge of the ring, giving themselves a pat on the back as we are underway with this match. Feel free to put your thoughts in the chat. I'll tell you what we'll do. We'll put a poll up. I'm fairly confident people feel about the same as me. Thoughts on the CM Punk promo. So, did you think that the promo was an all-time promo? Did you think that it was a great promo, but not quite all-time? Did you think that it was good? It's good. It was okay. Or did you think, nah, it was bad? I didn't rate it. I didn't like it. What did you think about that promo? Where did that promo fall for you? Right, whilst you lot are doing that, I'm going to chuck that video up on the second channel. Again, for anyone that's not watching Raw, that has missed that segment, I think they need to know what happened, what was said, if it was good, if it was bad, what our initial thoughts to it was. Initial reaction to CM Punk promo from WWE Raw. The matches are set. I believe he's not working Mania this year. Yeah, I don't believe this is a work. If I'm proven to be wrong, if it turns out it is, I've said before on previous examples where people have thought something was a work, right? I've said before I would just doff my cap. I would doff my cap and say, fantastic, brilliant, you absolutely got me. Which doesn't bother me. I'm not bothered. If, you know, wrestling is, if done right, meant to, like, have you guessing. It's meant to try and blur the lines. You know, back in the day, you know, I've told the story before. I bumped into the WWE wrestlers in Birmingham, right? I used to live and work in Birmingham, and they had done a show, and they were staying in a hotel in the middle of Birmingham. And I happened to walk past just as they were coming out. All the heels went onto one coach. All the faces went onto a different coach. And that's the kind of, I don't know that they do that now, but that was kind of the mentality. You know, famously, the Iron Sheik and Hacksaw Jim Duggan got into a lot of trouble because they were in a feud, but they drove to a show together, got pulled over by the police, and it was in all the papers that they had been driving together, and they were meant to be these two people that hate each other. Wrestling is built on kayfabe and trying to blur the lines, and, you know, we know the truth, but with something like this, we don't. With something like this, where it seems he is genuinely injured, I can understand why people are questioning whether it's real or not. All I can say is that if this is not real, they have absolutely fooled me, and I will not feel silly for it. I think that, you know, I believe this to be a genuine injury. I believe that he is going to miss WrestleMania. And as I said, if not, then great job. Great job. I mean, it was a fantastic segment. Very emotional. Crowd are firmly behind DIY in this opening match. I'm just checking this video up on the second channel, and then we can get back into the chat. Half an hour gone. And what an opening segment. Johnny is colliding into Finn Balor. Damian Priest goes down. Johnny goes over to the ropes. Back up on his feet, charging over. Gets picked up and dumped onto the outside. Finn Balor comes over and he gets collided into. Johnny goes over, slingshots into Balor. 1, 2. Shoulder up by Finn Balor. I'm curious, are there any rumors of an audible at the Rumble? There's no rumors of an audible. There are theories that they could have called an audible, but there are no concrete reports or anything that an audible was called. There is footage of CM Punk telling Jessica Carr, like, about his injury, and we believe it's the injury because as he's talking to her, he's kind of making this gesture. You can't hear what's being said, but definitely suggests and looks like he's saying it's done, it's gone. At that point, she could have communicated it, and they could have come back with, right, well, if that's the case, we go with Cody. So an audible may have been called, but it's absolutely nothing more than speculation. Nothing more than speculation. 1, 2, Ciampa goes for the cover, but no joy. I feel like, you know, that is probably that might be the better way to present those types of videos. It's a good way of communicating with the news, but I think that people do also want reaction and opinion. So I think we might look to do that going forward, where we do say this has happened and this is how we feel about it. Like, for example, this has happened. It was amazing. Or at least I thought it was. Days, that's even if Drew is still around when Punk gets back. Well, that's true. I don't know when his contract's meant to be up. Does anyone know? I heard word on the street that it was meant to be up just after WrestleMania, but I don't know if there was a date. So, I don't know. Is this a sign that he has managed to renegotiate, or there's been some renegotiating? Right, DIY, back elbow, Finn Balor goes down. Oh, Gargano makes the save. Who was the dude on SmackDown? Was that Top Dollar? Brother, father, uncle, cousin? Is it a Bad Bunny knockoff? Said Flint the Squinty Fish. It's a reggaeton star. I don't know his name. It's somewhat Carrion. Not Carrion Cross. But it's funny actually. I had seen his video before he came out. He did a song. I can't remember if it was called RKO or not, but it had him in a baseball stadium. Thinking about it, I wonder if it was the stadium that Royal Rumble was at. But they were in a baseball stadium, and Randy Orton was there. And it's a weird video. Randy Orton acts like a fan of this guy. Shoulder up by Finn Balor, just... Look at that woman's face. Oh my god, that woman, she might be a meme. They cut to the crowd after a real close to. She sees the camera and she's like, that woman's gonna be a meme. That woman's gonna be a meme. If she's come across to me, she's come across to you. Johnny was about to get the 3. But Damien grabbed Finn Balor and dragged Finn's leg over to the rope. So Tommaso going over the top. This is a red hot match, man. They are cooking. They are cooking. I don't know what's better, this match or that woman's reaction. Gargano in the ring. Roll up, though. Inside cradle 2. Kick out by Johnny. Balor charges over. Gets a sling blade. Balor in the corner. Drop kick. Johnny goes back. Johnny's down. Balor to the outsides. Sign in the crowd said, we want Tom and Nick Mysterio. Goes for the coup de grace. Round the houses. Down he goes. Gargano escape. Gargano escape. It's in. Oh, yes. Tommaso dealing with wow, this is like the spot with the Revival. And do you remember the Revival held hands to not tap? It's very reminiscent of that. Very reminiscent. And Damian Priest picks up Tommaso, slams him on top of Johnny Gargano. Amazing action in this match. Amazing. I think this may be the best TV match that we've seen so far this year. There's a lot for you to consider when you vote on this match after. A lot for you to consider. See, DIY chants. DIY chants. Shot coming in there by Damian Priest. Damian Priest picking up Johnny Gargano. Johnny lands on his feet, goes over, makes the tag. In comes Tommaso. Tommaso with some big shots. Driving Damian Priest back into the corner. Let's end this poll. That's the poll for CM Punk. We need to get this match poll set up. Shot coming in there by... Oh, down goes Finn Balor. Ah, knee to the side of the head there by Tommaso. Super kick coming in by Damian Priest. Damian Priest is looking to put Tommaso away. He comes round. Grabs Tommaso. He's going to look to powerbomb him onto the commentary table. No. Changes. Edge of the ring. No. Oh, Gargano through the ropes. Ah, he gets planted on the commentary table. Oh, my God. It is non-stop, man. Million miles an hour. Rolling it up. 1, 2. Ah, Tommaso was so close. Oh, gets nailed. Damian Priest nailing Tommaso. Tag being made. Finn Balor going up. Feels like the beginning of the end. Tommaso, Razor's Edge. Coup de grace. That's got to be it, man. That's got to be it. 1, 2, 3. The Judgment Day retain in maybe the best TV match we've had in 2024 so far. Absolutely brilliant. Crowd were chanting, "This is awesome." What a match. That was a banger. That was a banger. George said this match has been so good. What did you think about the Rumble? I thought the women's... I mean, we should have done some sort of review. We share our thoughts live during the watch-along. So you can always kind of find our thoughts during the watch-along. But, yeah, I probably should try and do, like, a separate... quick review. I need a quick review, don't I? Everything I do is so long. Long streams. Unseen videos are like 20-30 minutes now. Yeah, look, I thought the show was fine, good, had moments. I don't know that it lived up to expectation. Men's Rumble not as good as Women's Rumble. But yeah, you know, I was not bored. I got something from it. Listen, we're hearing from the Judgment Day right now. Is this what it's going to be when it goes to Netflix? I feel like I am going to miss commercial breaks, you know. They give us an opportunity to catch our breath. Truth, come join us in the ring. So Damian Priest is asking for R-Truth to come out. R-Truth comes out. So R-Truth was eliminated from the Rumble by Damian Priest. All right, we got the CGI of the Judgment Day, and then there's R-Truth popping up. That's CGI, man. Is that woman trending yet? The one that was looking at the camera with the mouth open? She better be. So R-Truth getting into the ring. Can we please all rise for the Judgment Day? He says, "You're not nice enough." Can we please all rise for the Judgment Day? I've not been able to sleep after what's happened. I've put all your money in crypto. There's no way you know what any of that means. He said, "I've liquidated all your assets." We've been family the whole time, says R-Truth. Finn's, you lot are my family. DP, you're my brother. Finn's like the weird uncle. Dominic. Tom and Nick. What more is there to say about Tom and Nick? Booze. Booze for Tom and Nick. Booze. My bad. JD. Funko. JD's like that stepbrother you've got that you don't want to admit is in the family. At some point, you've got to let someone finish talking, says Damien. Damien said, unfortunately, you're not part of Judgment Day. You never were. I'm not going to be the one to do this. JD nails R-Truth from behind. JD is stomping away on R-Truth, beating him up, trying to rip the shirt off, and he does. Here comes The Miz, man. The Miz is coming down. Miz making his way down to the ring, and now the Judgment Day are beating up The Miz. So, R-Truth attacked. Miz trying to make the save. But he's just getting mugged as well. It's not enough numbers. We need, I don't know, the Creeds. We need another team here. Because at the moment, it's 4-on-2. Dominic with a splash. I think Dominic, would really benefit if he was getting, like, win after win after win. He's obviously someone that tends to go out there and goes up against, like, the superstars, but I think there's maybe an argument for Dominic to go on a bit of a run against jobbers. Like, enhancement talent, those kind of people we bring in that we've never seen before. You could have Dominic come in and just look really good. Just like, do his frog splashes and just like do a few moves, his 3 amigos and all that kind of stuff. Get win after win after win after win after win. We're backstage. CM Punk has suffered a torn tricep. CM Punk is with Adam Pearce backstage. Later tonight, Sami Zayn is taking on Drew McIntyre. Sami versus Drew. So, Sami versus Drew is made for tonight. And we're seeing that graphic again. Here comes Shayna and Zoe. Right, let's end this poll so that we don't get confused. And we need to jot down the results. So, 52% was great, 25% all-time, 18% was good, 3% bad. So it's going to be 97 great. I think that's going to put it second on our list behind Becky and Nia. It's really hard to say that match was not better than Becky and Nia. I think if we were to rescore Becky and Nia, I don't think it would have scored as high as what it did. I don't know if we have to readjust that score in retrospect, because that was when we very first started doing this, and I think we've kind of got used to the scores since then, if you know what I mean. I wonder, it might be an idea if we rewatch Becky Nia on a members stream and then decide if it is the correct score through the members, maybe. Maybe we do something like that. I don't want to do that for every match, obviously, but that one's a bit of an exception because it was right at the start of us doing this, and I'd like this to be as accurate as possible. If we watch it back and feel that, yes, it was better, then we'll just keep it where it is. If not, maybe we adjust it accordingly. Don't know. We'll have to see. It's still an excellent excellent score. And actually, what it makes me want to do is just see where it would rank on our list, because we've got all the matches of the year so far scored. I haven't had a chance to put in the Royal Rumble matches yet, but I still have those scores. I'm going to just quickly show you the best matches of the year so far so that you know where we are. This one would be 97% great, so it does actually go as the second match. It would actually go here. So it would be 97% great, so it would be second, but look at this. Becky Nia, it's so high in an all-time. It's the only all-time category that we've got. It just doesn't feel right, to be honest. So I think that's something we might have to have a look at. Right, something else we need to look at is what's going on in the ring right now. And what's going on in the ring right now is Shayna Baszler and, well, I'll just change it. Shayna and Zoe taking on Chelsea and Piper. Obviously, Chelsea having a bit of a bad, rough time during the Royal Rumble match. She was getting absolutely battered. Muse0042 said, I acknowledge Keith. Matt, he was such a mess after Saturday night. He was absolutely wasted. It's funny because every time I saw him in the background, he didn't seem to be drinking. So I don't quite know how he managed to get as trolleyed as what he did, but I've never seen him that bad. So, Muse, shout out to you. I'll let Keith know once he's out of intensive care. Defcon Prime said, how about a new faction? Tom and Nick Mysterio and Helena Cell. Helena Cell. Hey, that would be a good one for R-Truth. Helena Cell. Who's this Helena Cell that everyone's talking about? Very good. Defcon Prime, I hope you are well. I tell you, liking these super chats really does help me see which ones I've read, which ones I haven't, and we're up to date so far. Oh, nasty knee there by Zoe Stark. And puts Chelsea Green away. So I'm guessing some of these segments have overrun because that was quick, man. That was quick. So the match is done. Piper on the outside. Chelsea was kneed in the face, and it was pretty brutal. So let me know, what do you think about that match? What do you think about that match? I don't think it quite got to the same levels as the DIY match. Right. Piper and Chelsea Green. I didn't hear. Did she do the Chelsea Green? Did she do... Is that back? I know that she did it on a... Was it a dart match? Or like a main event announcement? Let's search Samantha Irvin. Chelsea Green. Samantha with the special introduction. I love it. Love that they did the special introduction again. So they did bring it back. Chelsea Green. I can't do it. My voice is still recovering from the Royal Rumble. If anyone answers all time, we'd better not, said Ellis. Don't tempt them. Right, we're just seeing Cody Rhodes, the American Nightmare. Cody Rhodes coming up. We're just going to a little advert. See, this is all right. I would definitely do this when we go to Netflix. These kind of, video packages for Elimination Chamber and video packages and whatever. This Elimination Chamber one is being hosted by Rhea Ripley, which makes sense, obviously, as the biggest Australian star they have. Elimination Chamber, Perth. Streaming exclusively on Peacock. Right, are we going to a commercial break? We're going to commercial break. What happened to the first hour is commercial. What's this? This isn't clobbering time. It's commercial time. What's this? Did they say the first 54 minutes would be commercial free? I don't think they did. Pretty sure they said the first hour. 54 minutes. Adam Pearce has got some explaining to do because that is moody. Scrap Daddy announces that the first hour will be commercial free. I mean, to be honest, I'm pleased for a commercial, so I'm actually not complaining. But equally, I don't appreciate being lied to. Right, let's try and get into the chat, shall we? Days, I hope the Bailey segment is going to main event. The turn could happen tonight. Dad Stuff said, if the men's tag match wasn't very good, would you be questioning the Becky match right now? That's the problem with judging. Everything is relative, and there's still 11 months to go. Well, to be perfectly honest with you, I have questioned the Becky match already because I think it's... I don't have a problem with it being regarded as the best match so far. I really enjoyed it. And I think Nia winning was a real shock. And really good as well because Becky doesn't need it, right? Becky didn't need that win, but Nia needs to be built up as a threat and she can't keep taking L's. And we said that at the time. So I had no problem with that match being up there. It's not like it was a horrific match that we just lost our minds on. It just felt at the time we was being a bit too gung-ho with the all-time button, right? We've said before, and actually I think it was following those first few matches, we said, like, try and only use the all-time option, like, once a show, if that. Because I think it took a bit of time for people to get settled with how to use it. What we're starting to see, I mean, I haven't got the options, have I? But that's all-time one. Look, bang, here we go. It's the only one, and it just so happened to be on the very 1st of January. So I think it might even have been the first match on the first Raw and the first time that we did like reviewing the matches. And so I really believe, and have done for a while, that deserves to be at the top. I'd have no problems with it being at the top of great, but I don't think that is regarded as an all-time match. Even now, we're not even out of January, and I don't think anyone is going to look back and say that was an all-time match. No problem saying it's one of the best matches of the year so far, but I don't think it belongs in that bracket for me. So if it was up to me, I would move it. I would move it to the top of great. And now that we've just had the DIY match, which is going to be here, I don't know if actually it should go here, like just underneath it. Give it like a 95% rating. But the problem is I don't want to make up ratings. That is what it scored. I just don't think that it is in line with the other matches now. I think that the way that people use the responses has evolved, and I think people have started to understand and compare the matches a bit more analytically. It just took a little bit of time. And so I think the fact that was on the very first show meant that it just benefited a little bit. So I think there's an anomaly there. I think that is no problem for that being at the top. No problem for that being at the top end. I'm not saying it should be like in the middle or anything like this, but I just think we got a bit carried away when we reviewed it. So when it was voted on. It just makes it really difficult because I really do want this to be something that people can have confidence in. I want this to be something that, you know, when we talk about the list and we talk about the match ratings and we talk about like this, I want it to be something that people understand is, you know, pretty good, pretty accurate, you know. It's what, you know, Dave Meltzer's is just Dave Meltzer's opinion, but these matches are being voted on by hundreds of people. So it should mean that the responses are pretty good, pretty reliable. I just think that one looks a bit out to me. Right, anyway, here we go. So CM Punk opened the show, and to get us from hour 1 into hour 2, we have got Cody Rhodes, the American Nightmare Cody Rhodes. Let's get rid of the Shayna, Zoe, Piper, Chelsea rating. So for some reason, 12% of people thought that last match was all time, which I think that does happen if you kind of mention it, you know. If you mention it, if you talk about don't click all time, people will then want to click all time, won't they? It's very precarious, this is. Maybe we should just abandon it and just let Dave Meltzer review everything. Right, here we go then. Cody has made his way out. This one, by the way, would go into the good section. So, don't worry. I don't want anyone thinking this is going in all time. This would go in the good section. Cody Rhodes! Right. Let's go here. Cody Rhodes. Mitchell said, I've sent a super chat. Thank you, Mitchell. Mitchell said, I've tweeted you something. You're going to hate it. Well, I won't look then. How about that? I just won't look. I don't like looking at things I don't like. It already makes me think it's Pat related. Break-in. Yeah, I know about that. Is that it? No. Yeah, no, I already know he announced it at the start of the show, bud. Why is Bailey saying help me? What's this? Oh. That's good. That's good. Look at this. A first look at Bailey in 2K24, right? And look what she responded. Help me! Help me! We did include it in the Royal Rumble Unseen video. That is a really that is a really bad how 2K24 can put that out where they've got no shame. They have got no shame. Help me, says Bailey. Oh my god, that is brilliant. That belongs. That will definitely make it into the Unseen video tonight. That is brilliant. That is brilliant. Who tagged me in that? Someone tagged Dead Man Talking. Oh, mate. You did the best you could. There's not much you could do. You quote tweeted it. The problem is you've quote tweeted something that was already quote tweeted. So, well, or like commented on. So to get the full picture, you've sort of got to go into all of it. Oh, I'm going to retweet yours anyway because I want you to get the credit. But it doesn't really make sense unless you click on it and look at it yourself, does it? That's a tricky one, that, bud. But I've retweeted yours as well. That's great, though, isn't it? Help me. Oh. That's cheered me up after Mitchell trying to ruin my stream. Tried to bring my mood down. Here's Cody. A bad hair day. Where was this energy last night? The crowd were dead, said Theodore. Right, Cody's in the ring. I heard something for the very first time. Samantha. Samantha? Can you do me the honor? Yeah, oh, that's no problem. I can do... Oh, I've got the microphone here. Here we go. I can do that for you. me. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the winner. The winner of the 2023. She's getting a moment to shine, man. People love Samantha. Look, she'll never be Mean Gene. Oh, not Mean Gene. Well, she won't. But she'll never be Howard Finkel. But She's about as good as we're going to be getting, to be honest. She is great. She is great. She's not Howard Finkel. She's Samantha Irvin. That was nice, wasn't it, of Cody to, like, give her that moment. Do you think she does the Irvin report? You know how Finkel used to do the Fink report for Vince? Do you think she does the Irvin report? Do you think she's got extra responsibilities? That would be funny. Finkel used to apparently get all the information together of stuff that Vince needed to know about that day, called the Finkel report, and he would deliver it to Vince every day. This is what you need to know. This is what's happening. This is what the dirt sheets are saying. This is where the conversation is. Oh God, why is he crying already? Jesus. You'll never know how much I needed you. He's crying. CM Punk's crying. What's happened to wrestling? What has happened to wrestling? Let's make WrestleMania 40. Oh, here's Seth. Let's make WrestleMania 40 official. Seth, now is not the time to interrupt. You're injured anyway. Wrestlers are either injured or crying. That is wrestling in 2024. Wrestlers in 2024 are either injured, crying, or both. Oh, let's go. Cody needs us. Okay, so crowd are singing away. So right now we've got an injured wrestler and a crying wrestler confronting each other. Cody must have forgotten this is Monday Night Rollins. Okay, Seth has come out. There's a sign in the crowd. Every nightmare begins with a dream. Is that true? I mean, I get what they were trying to do, but I don't, is that true? Right, we've got the crowd singing Seth's song. Please don't delay Roman. Cody said Nita Nitro. Why is he coming out? Cody's got no interest in your belt, said Scottish Nightmare. Not the woes! There's a sign in the crowd that says Cronin for commentator. I think that's Joe Cronin, isn't it? Tampa Bay is right. You do deserve it. Congratulations. That is special. Glasses are off. If you choose to fight Roman, you're making a mistake. I think you should fight me instead. Beat you 3 times, mate. How about no? How about no? This is going to be a hard sell, innit? This is going to be a hard sell. Is Seth going to say, I deserve the opportunity to beat you? I deserve the opportunity to get the win. I don't have an opponent. You should face me. Tampa, I understand your concern. Crowd on it. Crowd on into it. No, not interested. I watched you at the press. Don't care. No. No. Has he finished talking? I'm not trying to be a jerk. Yeah, you are. Roman Reigns is not even the guy anymore. What is this? Who thought this was a good idea? Seth says I'm the guy. Seth's trying to dodge Punk. Seth better go back to being injured or maybe just cry, said George. Nope, 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 said Alan. Cody versus Roman or we riot. It doesn't make sense, does it? I feel sorry for Seth. I feel sorry for Seth. I can't imagine he wanted to go out there and say this. If I'm Seth, I'm going, you're joking. Everyone wants Cody Roman, and you want me to go out there and try to convince the crowd that I'm the better option. No, 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 no. I get it. All you've thought about is Roman, Roman, Roman. But you've been with me on this ride. You've been on the road with me. Town after town after town. City after city after city. There's people in the background just doing this for some reason. I think they're bored. They like Seth and Cody, but we don't need this conversation. I'm going to join in as well. That dude. Something to do in it. Seth saying, he's saying words, I don't know. Oh man, that's probably the most cardio I've done for ages. Watson said, Seth's the kid that just wants attention. Cody, that's the participation trophy, don't do it. He ain't gonna do it. He's just won the Rumble. He can win the belt that his dad had his hands on. And now we've got Seth coming out going, I'm the guy! I'm the guy! Roman's not the guy! I'm the guy! You should want to beat me! He's already beat you 3 times. And he did it with only 1 boob. Seth will be the leader of Damage Control. Daisy's practicing his Bailey butt. Could you imagine? Could you imagine when she turns face? There's a Bailey buddy the one side, me the other. Listen, if there's any role in wrestling I could perform, it's not ring announcing, it's not commentating, although I could do a better job, but it doesn't matter. It's going to be that. I could do that. I could be I could be a human Bailey buddy on the entrance stage. I'd happily sign up for that. Happily. It'll be like when the NXT talent did Triple H's entrance at WrestleMania. I mean, I don't think I should do that because that was Alexa, Charlotte, and Sasha being in like gold bikinis, and you don't need to see that. I don't need to see that. It's still going, you know. Do you want the Hulk Hogan title? Yes, please. The one for posers and frauds. What are you on about? He's lost his damn mind. They've got to know in Gorilla that this is bad. Or do you want the Dusty Rhodes title? Shut up. Shut up. Do you want the title for posers? Or do you want the workhorse title, the Dusty Rhodes title? That's what the world... Don't you dare, WWE. Don't you dare. Don't you dare. Don't you dare try to make this out as the belt that Cody should be going for. Don't you dare. This is the Dusty title. I can even put polka dots on it to make it more dusty if you want. Seth has sold it to me. What? What? So because he said that the belt is the Dusty Rhodes belt, even though it's not, that sold it to you? Oh, okay. I don't need an answer right now. I can give it you. No. You can call that belt anything you want. Oh my God. Are they doing this? Do you know what? It's only just dawned on me. Are they doing this? Are they going to do Cody Seth, which then lets them do Roman? No. 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 Are they trying to have their cake and eat it? Are they trying to do Roman and have Cody finish the story by not beating Roman? Don't you dare. Don't you dare. I'm going to say this out of respect for you. Shut the F up. I'm going to say this out of respect for you. F off. Oh, they're totally going to do it, said JJ. I hope not, mate. I hope not. Let's see. Cody said he'll think about it. Let's send a message to Cody, shall we? Hey, at Cody Rhodes. Hey, at Cody Rhodes. Don't think about it. That's not the belt you need. Hello, new day. Right, we've sent a message to Cody Rhodes. We'll get this sorted, guys, don't worry. If we have to save WrestleMania, we'll save WrestleMania. Hey, Cody Rhodes, I tagged him. Don't think about it. That's not the belt you need. Seth can call it the Dusty Rhodes belt. He can paint polka dots on it. It won't change the fact it's not the belt you need. So he'll read that. He'll come to his senses, right? I mean, look, it's a good strategy by Seth. Seth's thinking, oh, with CM Punk out, I need to find an opponent. Oh, they might put Rhea. Oh, they might put Rhea Becky as the main event if I don't find an opponent. What I'll do is I'll go up to Seth and I'll say, you need to fight me because this is the workhorse belt. This is the Dusty Rhodes belt. Finish the story. You've already beat me 3 times. You could do it again. Finish the story, Cody, or at least try to finish the story. You know that the Bloodline will interfere. Face me. Win the Dusty. We'll call it the Dusty Rhodes belt. Shut up, liar. Yeah, not a fan of WWE potentially trying to have their cake and eat it, yeah? Not a fan of WWE doing that. I wonder if what they're trying to do is gauge reaction. I wonder if they're trying to see what the reaction will be, so they float it out there. right? How do people take to it? How are people feel? If there's a massive backlash, okay, then we won't do it, right? But if people are like, I can sort of see the point, blah, 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 then maybe WWE will go down that road. So I think this is one of those occasions where you can't really sit on the fence. Like, you do have to have an opinion here, because if you sit on the fence, you're sort of just gonna allow them to potentially do Cody versus Seth on night 1 and Rock versus Roman on night 2. Potentially, that is what they are teasing here. Maybe it's just a wrinkle in the journey, but I mean, that's a hard no from me. I haven't just spent all this time watching him trying to get back to Roman, trying to get back to win the opportunity to finish the story, only for us to change the story, right? So it's a very hard no from me. Elliot said, I suspect Punk's injury means they haven't decided on a new contender yet, Gunther. So they are gonna fill time with Cody, deciding who it'll face. It'll be Roman, said Elliot. Well, Elliot, I'm going to like your message, but then I like them anyway. And I am going to keep my fingers crossed that you are correct. I really don't want this. I really don't want this. The story is very clear to me. Dusty had his hands on the world title. He had his hands on the championship. The point that Seth is making is that we've got 2 world championships now, right? But that's true, but we only just created one out of thin air last year, right? Cody knew that he wanted to get the WWE championship. He wanted to put it into his dad's hands. He wanted to get that belt that his dad had tried to win, and he wanted to put it into his hands. A belt that just poof magically got created last year out of thin air, out of nothing, that we just call the world title, right? It doesn't have the history, it doesn't have the prestige, it doesn't have any connection to Dusty. They're trying to make a connection by saying, this is the workhorse belt. That's what your dad was all about. They're trying to find any connection they can to sell this and to make it work, right? I mean, you've got to say respect in regards to, they haven't just had him go out there and go, you should fight me. You know, you won't win against Roman. You've tried and you've failed. You could get your hands on a world title. They haven't just had him go out there and say that. They've at least tried to pull as many emotional levers as they can. But it ain't changing the fact that the story for me is very clear. And it ain't changing the fact that we've been waiting for Cody Roman for a very good reason. And now they're trying to pull the rug from underneath us so that they can have their cake and eat it. Potentially have their cake and eat it. Potentially do Cody versus Seth on night 1. Right, where Cody tries to finish. If he beats Seth, it ain't going to hit the same. He's already beaten Seth, right? So what? He beats Seth, someone he's already beaten, and he wins a belt that doesn't mean as much as the belt that Roman's got. It's a very hard no. It's a very, very hard no. Cody could take Rollins' title and then challenge Roman to a winner-take-all said epic scene. The concern is that for some people, that will complete the story. You know, Seth has kind of indicated there, you know, we've got 2 world titles now. This is the Dusty Rhodes belt. Let's do a poll, shall we? Rather than me just chatting, let's see what people think. Would you be happy with Cody versus Seth at WrestleMania 40? Yeah, the concern is that it will take away from when he beats Roman. You see, when he beats Roman, he's getting his hands on a world title for the first time. If he's already got a world title, some of that moment is removed. For a lot of people, Cody getting the title at WrestleMania, that means that he will have finished his story. To me, it doesn't. So that means when he does beat Roman further down the road, it won't have the same impact, because to many other people, a lot of other people, the story would have been done. Like, for me, you are really taking away from the Roman moment if you do this match. It really is a concern. I said this before when they were talking about potentially Cody CM Punk, you know? I really think this is going to come down to how people react. I think if there's a very loud negative response to this, it might make WWE think. But if people seem to go along with it, then I don't know, man. Maybe this is what you'll get. You'll get Seth versus Cody on night 1, and then you'll get maybe Rock Roman on night 2. I know people would like Rock Roman, and maybe that would be enough for people to say, yeah, let's do it. But for me, if you do this and you give him a world title, it's not the title he needs. It's against the opponent he's already beaten. The people will be like saying the story is finished when to me the story isn't finished. Like, you're really taking away from when he does finally face and hopefully beat Roman Reigns further down the road, if it did build to that, you know. If they were to do this and make it clear that this is not the end of the story, if they were to make it clear that this is still just a step towards finishing the story, maybe I could get a bit more on board with it if they were to be very clear about that. The only thing I would say is that Cody has got a chance to finish the story. You can't say finish the story, 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 finish the story. Bring out 2K24, which is all about finishing the story, finishing the story, finishing the story. Have Cody win the Royal Rumble so that he can finish the story and then change the story, right? That's mental. That is mental. I can't get with this. This is not the droid I'm looking for. I tell you what, though. I mean, what I do appreciate is the fact that they are giving us some pretty big talking points tonight. You know, when I woke up today, I wasn't expecting CM Punk to be injured and WWE trying to change the flipping story. So I wasn't expecting this. I'm definitely getting a Raw. We said the Raw looks like it's going to be unmissable. This is very much what an unmissable Raw looks like. We are taking some big steps. We are, you know, this is not one of those Raws where we just wheel out Candice LeRae and wheel out Meechin, wheel out, like, you know, Nikki Cross, and we do just some matches and they don't really matter. Like, we're getting big segment after big segment, big bombshell after big bombshell. And right now we've got Jey Uso going up against Big Bronson Reed. So let's get that written down so that we don't miss this. We've changed it on screen. I will ask you for your ratings in a minute once this match is done. So far on the poll, we've had nearly 300 votes. We're tracking at about 75% no, 25% yes. So it seems like it did convince a few people. Seems like a few people are like, don't mind. I think this is one where you have to have an opinion. I think it's one where you can't really sit on the fence. I think that if you sit on the fence, then you're basically going to allow WWE to do what they want. And they're going to do what they want anyway. But, I don't know, man. We're on the verge of something really special, and then they're just going to pull it away. It's as hard a no for me as I think I can muster. It's not quite at the I really don't want Pat back on commentary level. That's in a whole separate class. It's probably the next class down. But it's, do you know what I mean? It might be on the same street. It might be on the same road. Let's have a look and see if people have got any bits that is coming in. What's this? Bronson Godzilla Reed. New graphics for Bronson Reed. We have seen those kind of graphics down in NXT before, so it is true. There was some graphics of Bronson, like it walking through like a city landscape. Looks really, really cool, but we have seen similar when he was down in NXT. But very true, it was That was a hot minute ago. In fact, let me show you what's being tagged in. Jordan said, Breaker confirmed on the main roster. Bron Breakker has arrived. He's already sort of confirmed. He confirmed it in an interview after. This is fan footage of... bang, let's put that on pause. There's the footage we're talking about. This from a fan cam. And there is Big Bronson Reed with his new graphic. It looks fantastic. Absolutely brilliant. I don't know what that's in relation to. It's probably the Seth news. And I don't know what that reaction is, to be honest. I'm gonna like it. Back on Friday, Roman Reigns returns. Oh, thank God. Sources indicate that PWS plans remain unchanged. What's that? PWS plans? What's that? Pro Wrestling Scoop plans. Oh no, what's this mean? Sources indicate. Did they mean two PWS? I don't even know how many followers they got. 2,000? Oh, I don't know that we can trust this. I've never heard of these people. Sources indicate... They can't even write. Sources indicate that PWS plans remain... What does that mean? Oh. Oh, God. Oh, Edward, this is what you need to do, which is don't think about it, just pick Roman and reply to Wrestling Days. Yeah, I do need a reply, actually. Thank you. Yeah, that was brilliant, wasn't it? That was great from R-Truth. I told you so. Oh, is that what she shaved in the back of her head, is it? I told you so. She does love shaving bits into the back of it. I don't know why. It's a very weird thing. Just put it on a t-shirt. Do you know what I mean? You could easily get a t-shirt made with an I, a T, a Y, and an S. But for some reason, Bailey loves shaving it in the back of her head. So, Edward, I haven't got time to read it. I can see you saying Cody Roman, so I've liked it. Right, anyway, we are back to the action. Some good stuff. Let's get caught up with Super Chats. Mitchell said, Cody's only response should have been, with all due respect, the World Heavyweight title wasn't what was taken out of my dad's hands. It was the WWE title. Mitchell, I think I've communicated very accurately my feelings. But if people feel different, what I'm going to say is you are absolutely entitled to your opinion, right? I would not... get into big arguments with people unless they wanted to get into an argument. This would be the right way forward. For me, the right way forward, the no-brainer way forward, the thing that we should be doing would be Cody Roman. We've been very focused on that, and it feels to me now like we're trying to convince people that Cody Seth would be acceptable so that we can potentially still do Rock Roman. My feeling is, to be honest, as I'm sat here now, that it might work. My feeling is it might work for them because I think the fans would be so happy to get Rock Roman at WrestleMania that they might just take the Seth Cody reasons. They might just accept those. So, you know, WWE want their cake and they want to eat it. And I bet there's a lot of WWE fans that want their cake and want to eat it as well. So, you know, if you can't do Roman versus Cody on night 2, Rock versus Roman on night 1, or either vice versa, then, you know, Seth versus Cody on night 1 and Roman versus Rock on night 2 is maybe the closest that you're going to get to it. And my feeling is that a few fans will go with it. But, you know, I've made my feelings clear on it. It's not what I am looking for, but whatever. We'll see how it plays out. There's no point crying over these things. It's out of our control. Days, I fell in love with Tiffany Stratton in the Royal Rumble. I will be the official Daystream mark of her, said Hawkins Jr. Right, let's go. Boom, boom, boom. They can't have Roman retain until WrestleMania 41. Surely if they go down this road, I'm assuming he beats The Rock. Yeah, he would beat The Rock. I've got no doubt. I've never doubted he would beat The Rock. You know, and maybe you end up doing Cody versus Roman at SummerSlam, you know? Maybe you do it as a unification match. I mean, there's lots of things that you can do. None of them change my opinion, right? None of them change my opinion, but there are lots of things that you can do. The only thing that I think would 1, 2, 3, Jey Uso just beat Big Bronson Reed. The only thing that would... Let's end this poll, right? I think we've got the answer. The only thing that I would really need is I would really need WWE to let everyone know this doesn't finish the story, right? If we are going to go down this road, as I said, I'm not going to cry about it. I've made my feelings known on it. I'm not going to keep going on about it. It's not the way I would go. But if we do go this way, then I would need WWE to make it clear the story is still not finished. Right. All time. Greats. Goods. Okay. Bads. Match score for Bronson Reed and Jey Uso. Now, we haven't had a commercial break, I don't think, for a little bit, so we need to have a look and see. That was okay, said Mitchell. Get your votes in. Rock versus Cody versus Roman at WrestleMania 40, says Miguel. Ryan said, I think if Naomi and Nia join the Bloodline, they could keep Roman at the head of the table until Hogan's record. Okay, we're just seeing Andrade, so I'm guessing, is he coming to Raw? I got asked this on social media. And this feels like the right place for him to be. Is he on Raw? Yeah. This does feel like the right place for him to be because he doesn't need to be getting involved in LWO and Legado del Fantasma. There's already more than enough people involved in that storyline. Here's Nick Aldis. Former NXT champion. So he signed the Raw contract. Congratulations. SmackDown should have been a bit quicker. It's not good business from Andrade, though, is it? To not listen to what SmackDown had to say. He's a bad businessman. Here's the Raw offer. Oh, brilliant. Yeah, I'll sign that. That's great, that is. Thank you so much. Okay, we got Nick Aldis. We got Adam Pearce. Elimination Chamber. Bron Breakker. You know how it is. Here's Gunther. So it looks like Braun to SmackDown, Andrade to Raw. Hey, that's going to be difficult, though, if we're going to do Braun Gunther, isn't it? Gunther's on Raw. So how would we do Gunther Braun at WrestleMania if they're on different brands? I mean, we can do it. We can find a way, but it makes it harder. Good luck, Kofi. Okay, so we've got up next the Ring General Gunther taking on Kofi Kingston. I want to see Braun against Andrade, said Mitchell. Right, I tell you what, it is time for our halftime scores. Let's go. Halftime scores, everybody, it's the halftime scores. I really want to know your halftime scores. Put it in the chat. Halftime scores, everybody, it's the halftime scores. Are you happy? It's the halftime scores. Are you happy or you sad? Halftime scores, everybody, it's the halftime scores. I should get that recorded. If I got it recorded, I could just press play then. Just sit here like this. Right, I'm just making sure that we're getting these scores down. I don't want people thinking that you vote in the poll to vote how the show's going and stuff like that. So I've just ended that poll. Right, we've got Chris with a 7 out of 10. We've got Al with a 4.4. We got MJ with a 7. K-Dub with a 7. Arborus with an 8. Danny D with a 7. Nita Nitro with a 7. Zoom Station with an 8.5. Chastity Plum with an 8. Alan with a 7.5. Trafford with a 7.5. Reyes with 7. Victoria with an 8.5. Calvin said, I need a Braun Theory feud. Andrew with an 8. Greg with an 8. Trey with a 6.5. Sunny, hello, with a 6. Trafford with a 7.5. Al with a 4.5. Draco with a 7.5. Virus 420 with a 7. Tiny Tails with a 5.5. Maureen with an 8. Tyler with an 8.59. A. Jobson said, I can't see Charlotte coming back to challenge Rhea. Oh, I can see Charlotte coming back to challenge Rhea. Seth says 7.5. Casket Comics said, my issue with Rock Reigns is that all it does is push Roman into the stratosphere even more, and I just don't feel like he needs it. Whereas Cody needs to finish the story, it just feels bigger. Well, all I would say, I've made the comment before, this isn't quite the Attitude Era, because back in the Attitude Era, we had Stone Cold, we had Triple H, we had The Undertaker, we had Mick Foley, right? We had Big Show, we had Jericho, right? We had these massive names. I know we've got Kevin Owens, Sami Zayn, Drew McIntyre, but I don't think it's unfair to say they're not of that level. They're not of the Big Show, Chris Jericho, Triple H, Stone Cold, Rock. There was just Mick Foley. There was just so many big stars. They just had these big names, big stars. And we've got a lot of talent, but I don't know that we've got talent that we kind of view on that level. Roman has managed to get some big title defenses. He's defended against the likes of John Cena. He's defended against the likes of Daniel Bryan. And, you know, there's a few names in there that he's defended. But he's also defended against a lot of people getting opportunity, like Sami Zayn, who's never been a world champion. LA Knight, who's never been a world champion in WWE. He might have won something in Impact, right? I think I've won something in Impact. So, you know, we're talking about people that have never got to that world championship level, right? Or Kevin Owens, who has only rarely been in that world championship level. He's not a multiple-time world champion, right? We love him. We love him. But it's very hard to say that he's like Triple H level, right? Certainly not Stone Cold level. So I think Roman actually does benefit from wrestling The Rock and defending against The Rock, because, or having a match against The Rock and beating The Rock, because, yeah, he is in the stratosphere. He is, you're not wrong, clearly miles away the biggest star of this generation right now. I mean, it's not even close. It's not even close. But if you compare Roman to John Cena, if you compare him to Hulk Hogan, if you compare him to Stone Cold, maybe even if you compare him to The Rock, it feels to me like there's a bit of work for him to do. I don't regard Roman as the biggest star in WWE history. I actually don't even know if he makes it onto the Mount Rushmore. I think there are people that are ahead of him. Stone Cold is clearly ahead of him. Hulk Hogan, for me, is clearly ahead of him. Undertaker is clearly ahead of him, right? I've got people that are clearly ahead of him. Maybe there's a conversation around that fourth spot, like The Rock, you know? Does he go onto that spot? Triple H, does he go onto that spot? Like, I think there are names that you can put onto that spot. John Cena, you know, Stone Cold, Hogan, Undertaker, Cena. I mean, does Cena go onto that spot? I feel like he should. The point is, I think that this match does actually help Roman. He's far and away the biggest of this generation, but compared to the all-time greats, it still feels like he's a touch behind, even with this historic reign. So I think there's something for him to gain by doing it. But it's undeniable that the match against Cody is going to be more emotional, you know? Or at least it should be. My concern is that we're trading some of that emotion if we go down the path of doing Seth versus Cody. Right, we've got Becky now. Right. So she's talking. Yeah, excellent there from Jackie. Jackie said if there's one thing we know about Becky, she is a fighter. And we do. I mean, it is a fact. She is a wrestler. That is confirmed. So Becky is gutted. Obviously, she was not successful in winning the Royal Rumble, but she is very focused now on trying to get into a championship match. Here is Kofi Kingston. Kofi versus Gunther, the Ring General. Right, did you see Grayson Waller's tweet, said CT, about the Chamber? I think they're realizing that there's a lot of big names missing. I have not. Have I been tagged in it? I don't think I have been tagged in quite a bit because you lot are legends. Let's search Grayson Waller, shall we? Here's Gunther. Australia, don't stress. Myself and the other Aussies are going to give you every single bit of ourselves to make sure that the Chamber show is absolute fire. The WWE roster is stacked right now. Next man, woman up mentality. I don't know if that's WWE that are freaking out or if it's just Grayson seeing a lot on his feet. He's Australian, so there's going to be a lot of people and a lot of chatter from the Australian fans that probably are freaking with the amount of injuries that we've got. So I don't know that that's from WWE or if that's just from Grayson Waller, but yeah. It is definitely one that's been a bit of a talking point. That was an hour ago. I've retweeted it. Thank you. If you quote tweeted it me, I would have retweeted you, but yeah, I do love that, Greg. We've seen that one. I'm still giving you a like, my friend. I agree with this. I don't know. Bron Breakker is calling me. That was cool. I don't know what that is, but I'll like it. Casual LA Night Enjoyer? What's this? The story is right there. Finish it. What are you on about? What are you on about? No. Actually, that sounds like I'm shouting. I'm not shouting. No. The Dynamic Duo are back together. Oh my God. Literally the worst. Bronson probably has a stomach ache after that missed tsunami. He did manage to get the win. Right, we can't just sit here and go down Twitter. We are underway with Kofi versus Gunther. Andrade has gone over to Raw. If you are joining us, this show is just absolutely flipping stacked. So much going on. So much going on. I'd like to know what the commentary team for SmackDown's going to be. If Cole's over on Raw, what does that mean the commentary team for SmackDown is? We've got a bit of information about Raw tonight. This was an hour ago. CM Punk had his first Raw segment with a producer listed following his return. We've gone to commercial break. Over the last couple of months, Punk hasn't had a producer listed internally. That is usually the case that means a producer is not involved. As the Royal Rumble match featured numerous producers, it's tough to see who is going to handle much of his segments moving forward. With Drew and Punk getting physical, the producer was Michael Hayes and Chris Park, formerly known as Abyss. So I got asked that actually before, if Abyss was still part of WWE, and I actually didn't have an answer to that. So I searched to see if he was still under contract with them, and he was. So I was able to say he is still there, but I actually don't know what he's doing. But apparently he is backstage producing, because that segment with Drew and Punk, the producers were Abyss and Michael Hayes. This is coming courtesy of Fightful Select, by the way. Right? Want to shout those guys out, because credit where it's due. Hayes usually handles Bloodline segments and many high-level assignments. Of late, he has been a co-producer on all of his segments. Whose segments? I don't know what that means. I don't know what that last bit means, but we know it was Michael Hayes and Abyss that were producing that segment tonight. What's this about Trish? Trish is open to an in-ring return for Money in the Bank. I'll retweet it. I mean, I'm sure she is, to be honest. I'm sure she is open to it. I don't know that they'll use her. We didn't use many legends in the Rumble, did we? So I don't know that we'll use her, but J-Man Powerhouse, I very much appreciate you tagging me in on that. So I've really retweeted it for you, to be honest. Right, let's go down. I like Cody. I've been saying for a while that he's not going to beat Roman, said Chris. If Cody does choose Roman, he'll lose again, and everyone will say they're not watching WWE anymore. Spurs said Seth did an exceptional promo. In my few years as a fan, I've never been so stunned, impressed, or an impressive promo. Macca Rice said, Days, what if Jay beats Gunther for the IC title and Gunther beats Seth and they do Jimmy versus Jay for the IC title at Mania? What if Jay beats Gunther, okay, for the IC title? Gunther goes on to beat Seth. Yep, love it. If they do Jimmy versus Jay for the IC title, yeah, everything's fine up until you get Jimmy versus Jay for the IC title, because you absolutely could. But I don't feel like the IC title needs to be involved in that match, because, I mean, it's the match it feels like we're going to get at WrestleMania. But it's, to be perfectly honest, if we do Jay versus Gunther, I actually think Jimmy will cost him. And then we get to Jimmy versus Jay. And at the moment, I mean, it's feeling like Cody and Seth, isn't it? So that, I don't know where that puts Gunther. Gunther Braun. But then Braun's just gone over to SmackDown, hasn't he? So that makes that tricky. Not impossible, but it makes it tricky. What if you did Cody versus Gunther versus Seth? I mean, to be honest, I'm just trying to make the best of what I perceive to be a bad situation. I still don't want it. I definitely would like Seth versus Gunther, though. You know, it's funny, innit? I mean, like, when we saw Gunther and Seth confront each other, everyone was like, oh my God, they're going to do that. That's the match we're going to get, blah, 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 blah. Like, you know, it's going to go that way. Now they've just done Seth and Cody. And now everyone's like, oh my God, it's going to go that way. So we are very reactionary. We do react to the last thing that we saw. So, you know, look, Cody said he's going to think about it. He didn't respond yes. So we're going to have to wait and see what comes of that. But, man, with the injuries and everything, it is a very unpredictable WrestleMania road, isn't it? Very unpredictable. Jay and Joe's World said, I think the CM Punk injury is a work. So Jay and Joe's World is not buying it. Thinks it's a work. Jay and Joe's World, shout out to you. Alan said Bailey will be out first on SmackDown with no crying. We've been emotional on Raw. It's been very emotional. Very emotional. I tell you what, though, I mean, listen, we've watched one hell of a show here. This is one of those shows that when the stream ends or when you turn the show off, you go, I mean, talking points galore. Talking points galore. I mean, there's just going to be so much stuff. So much reaction to this. So many talking points. So much to talk about. We are very lucky. We are very, very lucky. Because I don't know about you, I've sat through a lot of Raws where afterwards I've thought to myself, I feel like I need to do a video where I just share my thoughts about what's just happened. But there is nothing of significance that has just happened. There is no video I can think to make. It was just, you know, filler match after filler match after filler match. We've just gone to commercial break just as Gunther was putting on a Boston Crab. So Gunther getting this Boston Crab on and commercial break. But yeah, you know, we have had so much tonight. You know, is CM Punk's promo the biggest talking point? Is Cody and Seth the bigger talking point? I feel like CM Punk's injury was the biggest talking point before Raw, and then during the very start of Raw, and then I just think Cody and Seth have come along and eclipsed it amazingly. Have actually already come along and provided something that I think is going to really divide opinion. I totally think there will be a lot of people on board with doing that match. And I think there will be a lot of people that are against it as well. This is going to be the new WWE versus AEW. This is going to be a whole new tribal warfare. Armor up, because social media is going to go to war. Two sides will line up and the battle will commence. So, but yeah, I definitely feel like I've had talking points tonight. George said, I can't believe I'm out of Pepsi. I'll definitely have to get some more now, you will. CM Punk. He's probably got loads. LS Dub said, these 2018 Raws and pandemic Raws were tough. Yeah, man. I'm very grateful for having talking points, you know. I'm very grateful for watching something that feels like, damn, you needed to watch this. Imagine if you was if you lived in the UK and you're on an early shift tomorrow and you just cannot watch Raw live. That happened to me many times when I was working in retail. I would be on the early on a Tuesday and there was no way of me watching Raw. I was fortunate in that I was able to get Tuesday as my regular day off. But there was many times where that was not possible due to holidays or whatever it might be. And so I had to cover and whatever. And so I was on like the early. And there's no way of watching Raw then. And so you can kind of catch up later. But you can't help yourself really when you wake up going, let me just check what's happened. Oh my god. Oh my god. You know, this is one of those where you wake up, right now it's like coming up to 3 o'clock in the morning. So, you know, someone will be getting up in about 3 hours time in the UK and they'll be like, oh, should I? No, I've got to. Let's have a look. CM Punk, what? Cody and Seth? We've ruined commentary. Oh my god. And they'll just like go down and it's like talking point. Andrade. Braun Breaker's gone to SmackDown. What the flip? And we still got an hour to go. There's still an hour to go. So, yeah, let's go. Let's see what other talking points we've got. Right, we've got a new Intercontinental Champion, Kofi Kingston. Is that what's going to happen? Eh? We are rejoining the action right now. Kofi and Gunther. Jack said, no adverts for the first hour, just an advert every 3 minutes after. Dropkick, single leg dropkick there by Kofi Kingston. Crowd are sat down. They're not standing for this at the moment. Sign in the crowd says wrestling is great. Gunther trying to pick up Kofi. Shots coming in there by Kofi. To the outside goes Kofi, as does Gunther. Kofi is in the ring then. He's on his feet. He's looking to go against the ropes. Suicide dive gets caught. Oh, my God. Gunther hurls Kofi against the side of the ring. Kofi is down. Gunther looking to pick up Kofi. Kofi has got Gunther into the ring post. Kofi looking to get back up to his feet. AF Chris said, I understand trying to make the new belt more relevant and carry a bit more weight, but this just isn't the way to do it. Kofi against the ropes, through the ropes, into Gunther. Kofi again against the ropes, through the ropes, and into Gunther once again. Gunther staying on his feet, trying to get into the ring. Oh, going for a chop. Kick coming in. And down goes Gunther. Gunther goes down. He's trying to cover him, but he rolls out the ring. I just want to show you something, right? I'm sorry to keep banging this drum. And actually, we'll get to it in a second. But I really just want people to know where we're coming from, that's all. Kofi is climbing up. Kofi coming down onto Gunther. Across Gunther's back. I don't know if we might get a finish in this bit. I'm guessing we might finish it. I don't expect Kofi to win, of course, but he's giving it a go. The crowd are starting to get up to their feet a little bit. We could even get... I think we're getting close to the finish here. Is he going to miss this? No, he lands it. Lands on Gunther. 1, 2. Shoulder up by Gunther. Shoulder up. They are starting to get the crowd invested. Crowd, as we said, on their feet. Kofi launching himself off the barricade. Launching himself off the top. I really thought Gunther was going to move out the way of that one. He didn't. He only got the 2, though. Gunther getting back up to his feet. Kofi comes over. Went for trouble in paradise. Gets caught. Roll up by Kofi. 2. Kick out by Gunther. Gunther. Oh, big clothesline. Huge. Down went Kofi. Gunther, the ring general, goes against the ropes. Ooh, gets caught. SOS! SOS! 1, 2, kick out. Kick out by Gunther. I mean, they're giving it a go. They're giving it a go. Cody or choose Mrs. Brown. This match is cooking, says Carter. Kofi. Big clothesline by Gunther. Gunther goes back to the corner. Gunther, drop kick. Kofi went hard into that middle turnbuckle. He drags him, grabs him, power bombs him. 1, 2, 3. So the poll is up. I just want to show you this because this was from last year. So Cody said the World Heavyweight title is not related to finishing his story. This was from the 19th of August. This was an interview that Cody did with, I think, is it Fightful? Fightful that he did. Yeah, in an interview with Fightful. So he said here, anytime a belt is new and shows up, every superstar, we all want it. Just now, I signed a replica one at an appearance, and man, it's very nice. We all have gold fever for these titles. The way it came out of that press conference made it sound non-important. This is as important as a title can possibly be. It's just not related to the finish the story theme. It's that bit there. So he's putting the belt over. He's saying it's as important of a title as it can possibly be. It's just not related to the finish the story theme. That's what Cody said to Fightful in relation to, does this finish his story? So, you know, this is the concern if they're going to try, you know, even Cody doesn't regard it as it finishing the story. So if they're going to try and change that narrative, it just doesn't feel comfortable. It just doesn't feel good. That's the concern. That's why I said earlier, if they can at least come out and say this isn't him finishing the story, and at least give us that, you know? I don't mind them kicking the can down the road. I don't mind, like, Roman Cody further down the road. The concern is that unless we are very, very clear, the concern is that we are going to ruin that moment of if he does beat Roman. Plus, also, it's very, very difficult to make an argument that he wins the Rumble. He wins the Royal Rumble and has an opportunity to finish the story. Finish the story, finish the story, finish the story, finish the story, finish the story. He's got an opportunity to do that. And in his own mind, this belt ain't related. And then he chooses to go after Seth and go after this unrelated belt. It's, you know, I'm sure in retrospect he may regret the comments he made to Fightful, but he's only being honest. He's only thinking the same thing a lot of us are thinking, in that this belt is not the belt that his dad was trying to win. So I just wanted to point that out because I know it might sound like we're being super negative, but, you know, this is the kind of stuff that matters to wrestling fans. This is the kind, you know, we're following this story. You can't just change the story. Anyway, here's Sammy. Sammy said it's really hard to sit on the sidelines, especially when you get an injury from someone like Drew. It's not just about me. He's trying to get at Punk. He's targeted Cody. He's pointing the finger at everyone else. Drew McIntyre needs a little reality check. So there we go. We've got a fired up Sami Zayn who says that Drew McIntyre requires a reality check. So coming up tonight, and we've only got 52 minutes left to go, Sami Zayn is taking on Drew McIntyre. Let's just have a quick look. We've got an exclusive interview with Jordan Grace, that coming from TNA, discussing what it was like being involved in the Rumble. I bet that's actually quite interesting, so definitely retweeting that. Bailey and Damage Control main event, interesting, said Jordan. Timeline is incorrect, but probably 6 to 9 months. CM Punk out to 8 to 12. Yeah, look, this Pro Wrestling Scoops. I'm really not sure about these people. I don't know anything about them, but I'm not sure about them. Maybe they're doing some good stuff, but I'm not sure. Me and Jackie. Jordan? I'm not sure that is you and Jackie, but TKO of issue. I think I retweeted this already. J-Man said, make sure Cody finishes the right effing story. I like it. Seth lost the WrestleMania main event and a Marvel movie role. Did he? Is that true? Was he going to be in Marvel? Is that true? Is that true? The Serpent Society has been removed. Their scenes... What's this? Is this true? Does it mention Seth? I don't understand this bit. First action, blah, 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 blah. Diamondback survived the new version. Is there like an article that I have to read or something? Was Seth going to be in this movie? And it's been cut or something. Don't quite understand what that one's about. But, Nita, Nitro. I'm going to retweet it. I'll have to keep an eye out for that and see if we can find a bit more context on that one. God, it's just everywhere, innit? It's just everywhere. Do you know what? I think what you're seeing is you're seeing what the unseen videos are. So that kind of stuff that we're talking about, like Seth might be out of that Marvel movie and, you know, all the other little bits we're showing on screen, that stuff is the stuff that goes into the unseen videos. So once we finish, I'll have a look into that Marvel stuff and see what that's about. I think, did I hear that he had recorded some scenes for a Marvel movie and now they're saying that it's been cut? And that it's nothing to do with the injury. It's just that maybe his scenes haven't made the final film. Is that correct? AF Chris said, yes, Seth was going to be the leader of the Serpent Society. Okay, so what they're saying is that that's been cut now. Okay, got you. I'm with you. My Marvel knowledge isn't brilliant. And by not brilliant, I mean it's absolutely appalling and I haven't got a clue what's going on, right? So I don't know what the Serpent Society are, but I do wish that was the name of Karrion Kross's group. Edward said, I swear at the press conference, Cody was asked about winning the world title, finishing the story, and he also said no. I really hope he goes for Roman. I do as well, but I do have a feeling that this is WWE trying to have their cake and eat it. I do worry and wonder now if this is them trying to convince the fan base that no, we can do this. No, this is no, it works. So that we can do this and do Rock Roman, but and as I've said, I think it could work. I think it could convince enough people that this is like, you know, fine, and you know they're going to try and like tell the story that they want to tell, you know. But real ones know the truth. Real ones know the truth. But again, you know, I've said my piece. I've showed my evidence. I've provided my evidence to the court. So my case is now rested. I've rested my case, Your Honor. Thank you. And what will be, won't it? You can't worry about these things, guys. You can't, right? There's enough in the world to worry about, yeah? Can't go worrying about things that are out of your control. So what will be in Papa H. We have to trust. We have to trust in Papa H. There's been a few little, I will be the judge, said Chiefs fan. Thank you. There's been a few missteps by Papa H with like Liv Morgan's title reign and with the Austin Theory cash-in. So he hasn't got everything bang on, in my opinion. But by and large, I think we can agree that Papa H has done a pretty good job so far. So in Papa H, we will continue to trust. Right, let's get the result for the Intercontinental match. We're just seeing footage from the Rumble. Gunther versus... all-time, great, good, okay, bad. Gunther versus Kofi. Actually heated up, didn't it? It did get somewhere eventually. 43%. Not eventually, that sounds bad. It's just very difficult because it had 1 week's build, and I don't think anyone was expecting... Kofi to actually do it. So, considering it had 1 week's build and people weren't really expecting Kofi to win, I think it did actually manage to achieve something. So, well done. Okay, Sammy, Drew, still coming. Sam Hall, shout out to you. Hope you are well, my friends. That is Sam's first super chat. Got a 1 next to it, Sam. Shout out to you, buds. Appreciate the support. Hope you are well. Hope you're enjoying the action as we've got Kabuki Warriors taking on Tegan and Natalya. I saw an interview, you know, with Natalya after the Rumble. She said that she did not mind the fact that Tegan eliminated her and whatever, because she thinks it's a sign that Tegan is starting to get it. Like, you've got to be ruthless. You've got to do things that, you know, maybe are against your moral compass. Like, you know, it's dog eat dog. You got to do whatever you can type situation. So she actually wasn't down on the fact that Tegan eliminated her. So, I don't know if she was just saying that. You know, she might punch her in the face if they lose this match, and I would imagine they will. Kyrie, fresh off her amazing survival. Again, I don't know if you saw this clip. Again, this was one which has done the rounds. I don't know if I've still got it. I got tagged in it by someone. It is Asuka asking to be eliminated here. So here you can see, look, after Kyrie's elimination botch, you could see Asuka say, "Eliminate me," to Bianca Belair. Eliminate me. Bang. She still doesn't really get eliminated very well, does she? There was a few botches there. I didn't even realize. Eliminate me. Eliminate me. Bang. Missed it. Missed it. Brilliant. Thanks, Bianca. And then that's just goated, isn't it? Look at that. Master Taker, shout out to you. There's been a few memes of Kyrie from the Rumble. Very good. Very good. James said Bailey is coming up. Do you think they'll make some huge surprises for WrestleMania 40? Like returns, title changes, shocking moments? Definitely. Of course. That's what it's all about, isn't it? WrestleMania moments. I mean, it's got its own saying, so they will definitely want to add more WrestleMania moments to the catalogue of WrestleMania moments. There are fantastic WrestleMania moments. John said, "What have I missed?" John, don't. Don't, John. There's been so much. It would take me 2 hours to bring you up to speed. It's actually moments like this I'm really glad that I don't do the recap things anymore. I used to like do little recap things, which actually were really well received. I've got a TikTok account. I might as well advertise that. I've got a TikTok account which over on TikTok, hang on, let me find the profile. Here we go. So here is just these all go on to YouTube anyway. So you're not, if you don't follow this, you're not missing out, to be honest. But I did some recap ones back in the day. Like here, look. They did all right. That one there, nearly 7,000 views. It's all right. That was a recap of August 18th SmackDown. That's the NXT from August 15th. I think these videos, you know, I think they definitely serve a purpose. Because I don't know about you, I can't remember what happened on these shows. And these are just short little... I probably should look to bring them back, but it's just time, innit? It's just time. They're fighting in a grocery store on NXT July 25th. Roxanne and Blair Davenport. These were good as well. I enjoyed these. These SummerSlam ones. That's a recap of SummerSlam 89, a recap of SummerSlam 90, a recap of SummerSlam 90. One. There was one here of SummerSlam 92 that actually did really well, 46,000 when we did that. So there is a TikTok account, but as I said, to be honest, the stuff that goes on there are just the reaction shorts that go on YouTube anyway, so you're not missing out on anything. Maybe I should put a little exclusive content on there. Don't know. I haven't got time. I'm not going to. How much time do you think I've got? Right. Let's try and get into the chats. We are at commercial break, so we're not missing anything at the moment. We've got 40 minutes to go. Jordan said, Days, I've tagged you. What have you tagged me in, bud? What's going down? What's happening? I don't even know who this is. And Adam Wharton. Jordan, I don't even know what that means. Oh, Chelsea are going for him. Right, got you. Right, we are back. Cody should follow his heart and make his own decision about what he wants to do, says Elizabeth. Elizabeth, I think that's beautiful, but also wrong. He should do what I want him to do. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you for understanding. I mean, look, he is going to do what he's told to do at the end of the day. He's going to do what he's told to do. If WWE want to do Rock Roman on night 2, then he is going to do he's going to do the match with Seth, isn't he? Why can't wrestling just be exactly everything we want all the time? Imagine if wrestling was a choose your own adventure. I wonder if we'll ever get to the point where technology is so good that like you can just choose your own adventure and like the shows and the characters are all computer generated, but they just look perfect. Like this is all just being generated by a computer. And you can like just get the options, just press the green button. Who do you want to win? What do you want to happen now? Oh, I don't want him to go against him. No, I'm going to press the red button. No, I don't want that. Okay, good. Right, what's going to happen now? Now I've got another decision to make. Yep, do that. Green button. Boom. I wonder if it'll ever get to that. A real life choose your own adventure. Everyone's getting like a different story. And it's just like an algorithm AI thing that's just choosing it. If we ever get to that, that's going to be amazing. But it's also going to mean we're all watching different things. It'll be the end of watch-alongs. Actually, scrap that. That's a bad idea. That puts me out of a job. Not happy with this. Not happy about that. Scrap that. Sucks. Tegan trying to make a tag there for Natalia. Rivy said there's been a bunch of great promos tonight. Elizabeth said exactly. Cody needs to do his own thing. David said only Taylor Swift can destroy Patrick Mahomes. Yeah, it's going to be a Taylor Swift bowl, isn't it? We got Tegan tagging in Natalia. Edward said, fun fact, I'm the first person you followed on TikTok. That is true. You've got a good TikTok. Your numbers are really good. I know you're very active over there. Asuka in the corner. Shots coming in by Natalya. Let Wrestling Days know they did do an interactive show. You can choose which way on Netflix. It was a Black Mirror episode. Did they? Black Mirror have done that, have they? Choose your own adventure thing. I know they did it actually in the UK on a show called Click. It's not quite the same because obviously it's not a series, you know. It's not like an ongoing thing. It was a one-off episode. But there's a technology show in the UK called Click, and they recorded like 50 hours of content so that you could choose your own, like, what you wanted. I think they said they were the first in the world to do it. I think they said that. It was a few years ago. But yeah, I didn't know about the Black Mirror one, so that's really interesting. Oh my god, guys, it's happening. It's happening. That's the future of wrestling. We're all going to get to choose exactly what we want. WrestleMania 100 is going to be different for everyone. Oof, kick there by Asuka. Natalya goes down. Kairi Sane is climbing up. Insane elbow coming. Here we go. Boom. Connects. 1, 2, 3. Let's get the poll going. Match score. What did you think about that match? It's a win for the Kabukis. Don't forget as well, we are back tomorrow with NXT. Also back tomorrow with a little bit of cheeky wrestling escape pods. Right. Kabuki Warriors versus Tegan and Natty. We got Caden and Katana backstage. We're going to get our rematch. Enjoy those titles. It's a bit soon, isn't it? Next week, the Caden and Katana are going to get them back, or at least try. Okay. The winner of the 2024 Women's Royal Rumble, Bayley. Right, Bayley is making her way down to the ring. The Kabuki Warriors have stayed in the ring. Here comes Bayley. Bayley pointing at the WrestleMania sign. Io has jumped into the ring as well. They can't jump her here, can they? Surely, but they can disrespect her. It wouldn't make much sense for them to attack her. Bayley gets into the ring, goes over, gives Io a hug, gives Kairi and Asuka hugs. This is going to be a very, very interesting segment. I think there will be disrespects. Clearly, but I don't think they turn on her yet. Would feel a bit soon. Don't know. Let's see. Bayley has got Cruella de Vil vibes, said AF Chris. Gerald said, trips for the love and all that's holy. You can turn her face, but no hugger gimmick. Edward said, imagine we get Seth coming out to Bayley saying, you don't want to go for Io. You need to choose me. Yes. That'd be great if he just does that with everyone. David said, Bayley and Black Pants are the greatest. This is the greatest Raw of all time. Shouldn't they do this on SmackDown, said Scottish Nightmare. To be perfectly truthful with you, I actually don't mind them doing it on Raw. You're right, they probably should because she's a SmackDown superstar. But I don't mind them doing it on Raw because Bayley has got the opportunity to choose either champion. And if she's going to select Rhea, then doing it here, the show that Rhea is on, makes sense. So, you know, you could say, yeah, we should probably save this for SmackDown. And then she can name Rhea, and then next week Rhea can respond. But it looks like they just want to get the ball rolling a bit quicker than that, so... She's going to come out. She's going to go after Rhea. I don't know if that brings Rhea out. But there's going to be disrespect in there. It's going to be a very interesting segment. Did they say an almost Hall of Fame career? Oh, I don't know, but I don't know. I didn't hear. Mike says, Gunther can't travel, so seriously, who's going to win the Chamber? Well, the Chamber might not be... The Chamber might be for the United States title. So it might be that we do a Chamber to figure out... One Chamber for the women might be who faces Rhea. The other Chamber might be who faces Logan. It might not have anything to do with the world title. So, yeah, don't know. We're going to have to see how they play it. There's lots of different ways we can go. Seth was like, pick me, pick me, pick me. Rhea is like, you don't want to pick me. Does anyone know WTF they are doing for Mania? Could you imagine if, like, people keep coming up to Triple H going, right, Triple H, are we going to have Cody go after Seth, or is he going after Roman? Triple H goes, it seems likely. And they're like, what does that mean? It seems likely. I don't know. Just come up with something. And they're like, okay, well, are we going to have Bayley go after Io or Bayley go after Rhea? Definitely no. Well, what does that mean? I don't know. It says definitely no. What do you want me to do? And that's how he's doing all the booking right now. Literally just grabbing the 8-ball, and whatever comes up, we just go that way. Doesn't matter if it doesn't make sense to things that have come before. We're just gonna follow whatever this black ball says, and it'll get. Hopefully, it gets us there. And we've called it Vince. I'll ask Vince. It seems unlikely. Oh well, you know, we'll have to just go with it. That's how we're booking WrestleMania 40. Ask again later, Triple H said. That's right, yeah. Are we doing Cody Roman, or are we doing Roman Rock? Ask again later. Ah. It's been coming back with that for 2 months. Are there any other options in there? Or is it just an ask me later 8-ball? Neat and Nitra, very good. Very good. Right, we're going back. Oh, live on Sunday, NXT Vengeance Day. Are we watching it? Yes, we are. We will be live on Sunday for NXT Vengeance Day. I should put that stream up now, actually, shouldn't I? Well, not right now. I'm busy. How long we got left? We've got 28 minutes. We've got to do a Bayley segment, and we've got to do Sammy and Drew. Let's get the match scores down for this. 54, 18, 13, 12. I want to make sure that we're up to date with the super chats, and we are. I'm loving this. Putting a little heart next to it. That really does help me see which ones I've seen and which ones I haven't. Gerald said, this show is flying by. It really is. Oh my god, it really is. Oh, that's good. It's a good meme. I like this meme. That's cool. That's good. Wrestling Days, it's real to me. Oh, it's real to me as well, but it's real to me as well. Let's go. That's a great clip. Dusty and Akeem. Oh man, I could watch that. Okay, here's Bailey then. Let's see what Bailey's got to say. So your women's champion, your women's tag champs, and the women's Rumble winner are in the ring at the same time. And it's all thanks to me. I told you Damage Control would take over and no one believed me. Bailey's not as good as she used to be. Bailey's losing all her matches. They're wild shoes. I see the bigger picture. I might not have been on the poster for the Royal Rumble, but I'm here standing tall. Was she not on the poster? Everyone was on the poster. Flipping poster at everyone. Was she not on the poster? That is pretty moody, actually, because, like, look at all the people that were on the poster. You're not Bailey, 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 you're not Bailey. No, she wasn't. She wasn't. I can understand that being a bugbear, to be honest. Right, so Bailey going off, and here comes Mommy. Mommy is making her way out. Oh, Bailey, do you think you've accomplished something? Yeah, something that I don't think you've accomplished. I don't think Rhea's won the Rumble, has she? Has she? I need to double check that now. I think she might have. Nia Jax jumps Rhea Ripley. Nia Jax goes into the edge of the ring. Oh, she won it last year. I remember her losing. Do you remember when we got down to that amazing final two between Rhea and Bianca? Do you remember that moment? And I'll always remember when they like launched themselves at each other, like spun around in the air. That was a sick moment, man. We've yet to have that match, haven't we? That's, I suppose, in a way, the match of this generation. Rhea versus Bianca. Anyway, we've got Nia dropping a leg on Rhea. This is setting up the Elimination Chamber feud. Bang. So she comes crashing down. We've got all of Damage Control standing in the corner. Nia looks over at Damage Control. All of them get out the ring, apart from Bailey. Nia's coming over to Bailey. She's got Bailey backed in the corner. Snatches the microphone. You could pick EO. EO's like, no. Rhea isn't making it to WrestleMania. I'll make my announcement on Friday, says Bailey. Yeah, and EO's like, what? What do you mean? So Bailey said, I'll make my announcement on Friday. Yeah. Nia walks away. Rhea is down. EO rightfully is like, what? Look at her. She's like, what do you mean you're going to make your announcement on Friday? Okay, well, that didn't quite go the way that I thought, because I thought they were going to be quite disrespectful to her, and they weren't. Instead, Bailey has said, I'll make my announcement on Friday, and rightfully Io has turned around and gone, sorry, what? I'm sorry, say that again. Nia doing what she does best, being a destructive force, said El Sean. Nia is doing much better now than she did before, said Mad Jason. Bailey looking like a sandwich, said AF Chris. Chelsea Green was looking like a sandwich in the Rumble. Right, we got 21 minutes, and it is our main event. Young Heath Ledger said Nia sucks. Do you know who doesn't suck? Sami Zayn. Come on, Sami. Get yourself into something good for WrestleMania. Dominic said it was a wasted segment. Zycamy said, so Nia Rhea for the championship at Elimination Chamber. Yeah. Yes. She cannot beat Nia, said Carlos. Bailey the bad girl, said Mr. Quake. I wanted to be in that Chelsea Green sandwich, said AF. I bet you did. I bet you did. Bum ba-dum. Bum bum ba-dum bum ba-dum ba-dum ba-dum. Dun, 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 dun. Bum 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 bum. Right. Sami is only going to be in the Andre Battle Royal. No, I don't like that. Red button. Red button. There's no spot for him. I foresee a strong effort for Sami, but a Claymore will take him out. He deserves better, man. He deserves better. No way that Rhea loses in Australia, said for Beach Kevin. Tom said peanut butter Kit Kats are nice. I feel like these streams, there is so much that goes on in them now. Like, we're doing results for matches, we're looking over on X, like, you know, there's breaking news, there's so much that goes on in these streams. I feel like this is the first time in a while where I've just had an opportunity to go, right, what's the chat saying? Oh, okay, Maggie likes orange Kit Kats, okay. Right, what did you say? Someone... I've tweeted you, said Watson, about the Marvel thing. Have you? I don't think I have anything for the Marvel thing, do I? From Watson, do I? No, I think we've done these, unless it's... Kyrie be doing something new that's having me laugh every week, said Crispy Wrestling. Oh, that's pretty good. Yeah, her hiding behind the ref. That's pretty good. We'll retweet that. Interesting list. I feel like Roman would still dominate all of them. Current world champions. Is that the king? I don't even know who some of these are. That's Najima. Now, hang on. That Roman, Seth, Samoa Joe, Naito, Moose, Eddie Kingston, EC3. Don't know who this is. That's Najima. That's Vikingo. Ginger Man. No idea, man. Don't know about some of these. Yeah. Roman feels... Well, I don't know. I love Samoa Joe, actually. I do like Naito. Naito, Samoa Joe. I mean, Seth's all right, but... Yeah. I don't mind. AEW, I think, got a really good champion at the moment. So does New Japan. What's this? What is this? Dakota really pulled off a John Cena with Dakota Kai, and she's not around. Yeah. Why didn't you quote tweet it? Casual LA Night Enjoyer, how many times? How many times must you be told? I can't retweet you, can I? If you're just going to tag me. Dun, 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 dun. Did I retweet that one about the world champions? I thought that was good. No, I didn't. Do that now. The real question is, who wore the blue suit better? Oh, here, look at this. Look at this. Seth is shooting for Captain America New World Order in Atlanta, Georgia. That was on May 16th, and apparently this is what's been cut. Oh my god, look at that. It's with Alexa Bliss. Why is she running away? She just heard Becky was coming. She just heard Becky was coming, so she ran off. Becky. Amazing. Right, Drew is making his way out. Did she turn around? She looks a bit like Dana Brooke, doesn't she? I'm getting like really strong Dana Brooke vibes from this woman. Perhaps it is. Dana Brooke. Da, da, da. Yes. Look at this from Casual LA Night Enjoyer. Wrestling Days, you need to remind me about 20 more times until it gets stuck in my head. I've retweeted it. Very good. Very good. Right, Drew has made his way down. Live next Monday in St. Louis. St. L. Days, the ML dub champ is Alex Kane. The GC dub champ is Blake Christian. Thank you, James. I knew if anyone would know, you would know. I can officially confirm that you could have given me 20 years and I would never have got those names. Ever. I don't think I've ever heard of them. Alex Kane sounds like Kane's real name. And Blake Christian just sounds like a really nice guy that does, like, you know, work for the church. Chop coming in there by Sammy. Sammy going against the ropes. Drew coming over. Goes over the top rope to the outsides. Carlos said, where is Alexa Bliss? She had a baby in November, was it? And so, did wonder if she might be back. Because I don't know how long it takes to like recover from having a baby, obviously. But I did wonder if she might make a Rumble appearance. I did wonder that about Carmella. Neither did, so I think it answers my question, that it takes longer than 2 months. So, you know, they'll be back, I'm sure. This year-ish, at some point. Maybe not this side of WrestleMania. Okay, Drew grabs Sammy, hurls Sammy into the ring. Oh, Sammy goes into Drew. Drew goes over the commentary table. She's been recovering. It does take a bit to recover, said AF Chris. We've got Festival of Friendship Take 2 on Friday on SmackDown with Damage Control, said Nita Nitro. What? I mean, I'm wondering, are they going to disrespect her and Bayley's just going to snap and say, I'm coming for you, EO, or something like that? Like, I wonder how that segment plays out. Because she hasn't actually named Rhea yet. And the fact that she has said, I'll decide on Friday, does now make me think she's not going to just come. It wouldn't be much of a segment for her to come out and go, I'm coming for you, Rhea. Right? I wonder if they are going to be very disrespectful. And she'll snap and she'll choose, I don't know. That's, again, I mean, we've kicked the can a little bit further down the road, but I'm all right with it because you're right. Friday's segment now is interesting. How is that going to play out? This gamer said, I predict Alexa will return at SummerSlam. Didn't you predict she'd be at WrestleMania but not Wrestle? I think I included that in the video earlier. You can't do a me and just keep changing your mind. David said, if you could only eat one candy bar for the rest of your life, what would you choose? Nothing. And do you know why? I weighed myself earlier, and I think I'm at the heaviest I've ever been. I am 14 stone 4, and I don't know what that is in pounds. I'll convert it for my American friends. 14 stone 4 in pounds. I actually don't know. Oh my god, I'm 200 pounds? I only just make 205 live. Oh my god, that's heartbreaking. I should be comfortably under 205, you know? Could you imagine if I was over 200 pounds? I mean, 200 pounds sounds like, oh god. Actually, it's more than that, because 14.2 stone is oh my god, that might mean I am over 205 left. Give me a second. No, I'm alright. 14.4 is 201.6. 201.6. That's how much I weigh. I weighed myself earlier today. So I am still under 205. But I don't think I've ever weighed that much before. 205 days. So yeah, it is 201.6. I don't know if that makes me... How much does Rey Mysterio weigh? Rey Mysterio. I mean, I would imagine I weigh more than Rey Mysterio. Oh, God, that's in kilograms? What's that? 79 kilograms? What's that? 79 kilograms in pounds. He weighs 174. I'm basically 27 pounds heavier than Rey Mysterio. That's alright, because I feel like I'm much taller than Rey Mysterio, so that's okay. How do I relate to... Bronson Reed's clearly bigger than me. Otis is bigger than me. What about Chad Gable? Am I about a Chad Gable? He's 92 kilograms. 92 kilograms in pounds. I'm basically a Chad Gable. Look at that, a Chad Gable. I'm 201 pounds. Chad Gable is 202. I'm basically Chad Gable. I'm going to beat Gunther. I'm going to be the new Intercontinental. This is the greatest day of my life. This is the greatest day of my life. I am officially in Alpha Academy. This is the best. Yeah, but also it's horrific because I've actually never been this heavy. For most of my life, I was like 12 stone 10, I think. I think I've always been pretty consistent at being about 12 stone 10. And Christmas, lots of chocolate. Lots of chocolate just lying around the house from Christmas. Few beers. That, do you know what I mean? That 14 stone 4 now. Basically Andre the Giant. Basically Yokozuna. I'm as big as Yoko. I'm bigger than Yoko. How much did Yoko weigh? Should we have a look? This will make me feel better. Yoko was like 267 kilograms. He was like 500-600 pounds, wasn't he? Oh, beautiful! Oh, by Sammy and a kick out. So 267 in pounds. 588 is what Wikipedia lists Yokozuna as. So Yokozuna is basically, at times, at one point, he was 3 times me. 3 times me. 3 of me would be a Yokozuna. That's amazing, isn't it? I feel a bit better now. I feel a bit better. If ever you feel a bit down about your weight, just compare yourself to Yokozuna. You feel better after. Tornado DDT. Sammy, 1, 2. Shoulder up by Drew. Almost 3 days. I just couldn't cope with that much waffle. Jeez, could you imagine the amount of talking? Could you imagine how long those streams would be? They'd never end. They'd never end. Could you imagine that? I'd drive myself insane. I wouldn't get a word in, but I also would. It would be 3 of me talking at the same time. Jesus. 1, 2. Shoulder up. Days against Chad Gable, WrestleMania 40. No. We all know my feeling on non-wrestlers, yeah? I would go and I would be a Bailey wacky inflatable arm man. I would do that job. And actually, there's a lot of fat that could jiggle around now. Yeah, so it'd be extra sexy. Crowd are chanting for Sammy. We got 6 minutes to go. 6 minutes to go. 14 stone would be 196. Well, maybe I can get down to that. I'm 14.4. So, you know, maybe I can work my way down. Ah, into the corner goes Drew. I always thought I lost weight until I catch my reflection in the mirror, says LB. What does the fat, where does the fat go in your body? I don't know, to be honest. I don't think I've got much of a belly, to be honest. I mean, I think there's a little summit there, but I don't know. Just everywhere. I don't think I particularly put it on anywhere. But if it was anywhere, it'd probably be around the midsection. But I think it's okay at the moment. It's nothing that a bit of discipline can't get back under control. This is where I suppose you have to identify, okay, this could slip. So we need to be careful now. So a little bit of a diet. Little bit of get the chocolate away from me type situation. So, yeah, right now, it's probably not wise for me to discuss my favourite candy bars. Here we go. Sammy has got Drew up looking for a superplex. Gets it. Big superplex. That's why you shouldn't have mirrors in your house, said David. Plus, if you break one, that's 7 years bad luck. That's a long time. Boom, look at that. Massive superplex. This has become a how much do we all weigh stream. I'd imagine everyone right now is like, oh yeah, I should check that out actually. See where we are. We're all comparing each other. As people put in theirs. I mean, I'm a Chad Gable. I'm quite happy with that. 2, 1. Here we go, Claymore. Sammy grabs him, though. Blue Thunder Bomb. 1, 2. Oh, stop kicking out, Drew. You flipping loser. Boom. Plants him. Days, you're fine unless you're Kamala, Bundy, or Haystacks Calhoun, said Defcon Prime. That's true. Sometimes it can be hard to kind of see, like, you know, yourself, if you will. That maybe this is like a useful way for wrestling fans. If you're not sure about, like, you know, where you are, have a look at your height, have a look at your weight, find a wrestler that's the same, and then you'll know who you are. That could be a fun game and also horrific for other people that might not like the results. Drew climbing up. He's got Sammy on his shoulders, and boom! White noise. 1, 2. Oh, come on, Sammy! Kick out by Sammy. Yeah, man. It's going to take more than that. It's going to take more than that to put Sami Zayn away. Sami Zayn in the main event of Raw, closing out the show with Drew McIntyre. Some people There's some people you just can't touch. Some people, like Drew, before he could finish, Sammy starts wailing away. How much does Sammy weigh? Am I a Sammy? I think I'd rather be a Sammy than a Chad Gable. Don't mind Chad Gable. Sammy weighs 96 kilograms. Oh my God. I think I am a Sami Zayn. Oh my God. This is the best. This is the best. I'm basically Sammy. 96 in pounds. He's hurt his leg. Claymore. Oh, Sammy's actually heavier. 1, 2, 3. He got caught. Oh, hang on. So 96 Sammy is 211 pounds. I'm not a Sami Zayn. He's a little heavier than me. He's a little heavier than me. Sami Zayn should maybe try and become a wrestling days. Well, McIntyre has picked up the win. Hearts have been broken. Match score. So, White Noise, Sammy, unfortunately suffering an injury. Sammy went for that haluva. Oh, so I didn't actually see that, but as Drew went down, he went boop, like this. Went right into Sammy's groin as Sammy came in. That's a good block, I think, for the haluva, in all fairness. I don't think that's a bad move. If someone's going to come and haluva kick you, why not do that? If they collide into your hand, it's not your fault. Right, Raw Talk. Ivar, Nia Jax, and JD. Wow. Well, there we go. That was Raw. And I tell you what, it was pretty exhausting, wasn't it? It was pretty exhausting. There was a lot of stuff that went down there. The road to WrestleMania is as confusing as it's ever been. A lot of people are going to ask me, Days, do you regret doing that video earlier today where you predicted the WrestleMania match card? And clearly now it's all out the window. And my answer is, yeah, I do. Yeah. And I think the lesson is hard work. It doesn't pay. It doesn't pay. You can stay up and do videos and churn content out and make stuff you think people will really enjoy. But the end result is it's not worth it. It doesn't pay. Because in the wacky world of wrestling, it's just an ever-changing environment. So I don't know where we're going. I don't know what we're doing. I don't know if we're doing Roman Rock, if we're doing Roman Cody. I don't know if we're doing Seth Cody. I don't know what's next for Gunther. It was meant to be Brock. Bron's gone over to SmackDown. That's a different brand to Gunther. So, I mean, we could do Bron Gunther, but now Bron's gone over to SmackDown. So it's like, it's just an ever-changing situation, isn't it? So I suppose the best thing to do is watch it, isn't it? Best thing to do is just sit back, watch it, but that doesn't make for the most engaging watch-alongs, to be honest. Going forward now, if people are like, do you think I'm going to be like, no, I don't know. I don't know, and I'm fairly confident Triple H doesn't know either. If Triple H doesn't know, how do you expect me to know, eh? How are we meant to know if he doesn't know? Let's just sit down and watch the shows, right? Thanks for watching. Appreciate it, but just sit down and watch the shows. I'm going to do my WrestleMania match card prediction the day of WrestleMania, because it does feel like a very fluid situation. Johnny said, my favourite part of Monday Night Raw was my favourite commentator came back. Yeah, always good to see Michael Cole, because you certainly can't be talking about the other one. Kirby said, just had a thought. Rollins versus Cody versus Roman. Winner takes all. TKO removes the brand split after WrestleMania. One champion across the two shows. Seth versus Roman versus Cody. Remove the brand split. That's a bold prediction, man. That's a bold prediction. Right. let's end this poll because people will get confused as to what they're voting on. Let's go over to the other... Let's go over to the other channel because this is where you vote on the show. This is where you vote on the show. So, boom. Wrestling Days clips. You can see initial reaction to CM Punk's promo. It's already up, been up a few hours, got a couple of 100 views. Let's click on the community tab. This is where we are with the Royal Rumble. So 56% of you thought the Rumble was great. So actually the score that this is going to get is it's going to get 66 at the moment. 66% for the Royal Rumble. And actually we could put that in now, couldn't we? We could put that in now. So let's go over to show scores and see how that relates. So the way that we do it is the one that gets the most votes is what wins. So great wins. It would be great 56, but we always add the scores above because those people thought it was great as well. They actually thought it was even better than great. What they said didn't win, but we still recognize their vote. So great wins. Great 56, but we add what's above. So in this case, it would be 66. I hope that makes sense. And it just helps us kind of... There we go. Just helps us break things down a little bit more. So it goes here. It actually gets the same score as NXT from Boxing Day. Not quite as good as Fastlane. Royal Rumble, believe it or not. Fastlane got great 67%. This one got great 66%. So it actually puts Royal Rumble 2024 there, which I think is very, very interesting. Very, very interesting. It means that it is not the biggest main roster pay-per-view that we've seen, or the best main roster pay-per-view that we've seen. Fastlane just, I mean, look at it. It's 1%. That is mental. Fastlane beats Royal Rumble. This is breaking news. I'd imagine everyone's reporting this, right? This is clearly as big as Dave Meltzer's rating system. This is clearly bigger than Cage Match. Yeah, it just comes in below Fastlane by 1%. NXT No Mercy is the one that's in the lead at the moment. That's still the premium live event that people enjoyed the most. But yeah, not where we thought Rumble would go, to be honest. I think the men's Rumble kind of let people down. I think the Fatal 4-Way with Roman didn't really blow people's minds. The Logan finish, I think, divided opinion. I liked it. And I think the women's Rumble did a lot of the heavy lifting. I think that it was, you know, a show that was worth watching. I did see, actually, I don't know if you saw, but Kip Clips did a live stream. And it got recommended to me. And I watched it earlier today, and in that he said that he was going to do a reaction video, but there was nothing in there that he wanted to react to. So there was nothing that, because he's been taking in the past some of the clips from this channel and using them in compilation videos on his channel. I don't think he can do that anymore. But he was basically saying that there was nothing after watching the Rumble that he felt that he wanted to do a reaction video to. So I've seen reaction like that really across the boards where people have been like, yeah, it was good, it was fine, but there wasn't that kind of moment. You know, the Jordan Grace one got ruined. The Naomi return was sort of expected. The Andrade one was expected. The Jade Cargill one was good, you know, and there were some good moments in there. Cody winning, you know, it was either going to be him or Punk or, you know, Gunther. I mean, there was no, like, you know, The Rock or anything like that. There was no, I don't know, Batista, or I don't know if Batista would have got the biggest reaction, but it certainly would have been a surprise. So yeah, it probably did just lack that. So again, you know, this is why your votes, I think, are so useful, because we can we can go in and we can add these scores to the list, right? So I want your scores for tonight's show. So let's do, you can watch me do it live, that way you know what I'm doing as I'm talking. So if you want to do this, go over to Wrestling Days Clips, which is the Clips channel. I do keep thinking of changing it to like Wrestling Days News, because we do use it more for news, to be honest. What did you score WWE Raw? And this was for the 29th. There we go. All time, great, good, okay, bad, boom. Lovely. Lovely. Right, it's up. It's up. It's up. It's up. That's what she said. Wrestling Days Clips channel, the second channel. And you can click on community and then you can vote. 556 votes for the Royal Rumble. 556 votes. Out of interest, I would imagine, because of all the noise around Cage Match, I would imagine that they are now getting more. But it really was not long ago that they were getting a couple of hundred. So how many votes have they had? How do we compare to Cage Match? Let's have a look. I want to brag that we are bigger than Cage Match. That would make me laugh. That would be funny to me. We got... Right. What did you score, Royal Rumble? 556 votes. Cage Match. You know Cage Match. The world famous Cage Match. 391. 391 valid votes for Royal Rumble 2024. 391. We're bigger than Cage Match. Yeah! Come on! Look at us, eh? Look at us. I feel like, what's that meme where he's on Hot Ones and he's like, look at us, man. Who'd have thought? Who'd have thought? Who a Cage Match said, Chiefs for that. Shut up. Shut up. Everyone knows Cage Match. They were the talk of the wrestling world, but now they're going to talk about us. They're going to talk about this community. We're killing it. We're killing it. We're what Cage Match dreams of being. We're just joking. Well, we're not. I mean, those are numbers. That's a fact, what you've just said. But, you know, we're not really that arrogant. Right. Let's get a few... Bang, bang. Let's close that. Let's close Cage Match. And get a few final thoughts. The owner of Cage Match had to come out and say any talk about Triple H on AEW posts and any talk about Tony Khan on WWE posts is now banned. I am also going to come out with a message like that. I'll work on it tonight. Priest and Finn will keep the titles at Mania, and Damian will become the world champ, and they will have all the gold except the IC title, says A. Jobson. Chiefs fan said, last time I checked, Cage Match was a wrestling match on a WWE show. Days, what was the 56% for? Those are two separate percentages. Yeah, so the way that I do it is that I'm trying to find ways of breaking this down as much as I can. I'm trying to get as much variation as possible, because unfortunately on YouTube you only get 5 options. You only get 5 options. So with those 5 options, I can only put, is it all time, is it great, is it good, is it okay, is it bad, right? So I'm trying to then find a way of separating the shows even more. So the first thing you do, of course, is you look at the percentage that each one gets, right? So you do it that way. The problem is, by doing that, though, that if a show scores 56% great, right? So it's number 4, the fourth option. So there's only one option above it. Let's say it scored 56% great. You could type that in as 56% great, okay? And then the next day, another show might get 56% great. So you put that in as 56% great, okay? The difference is the one show might have had 44% of people say it was all-time, yeah? So you might actually have had 56% of people say it was great, but the other 44% thought it was even better than that, and they voted for the top one. Now, the top one didn't win, because 56% is bigger than 44, but they thought it was still great. They even thought it was better, and they voted for the top option. The next night might be 56% great, but everyone, the 44%, all thought it was worse. They thought it was worse. So that show, the one that everyone thought it was worse, that show is clearly not as good as the show the day before, where 56% thought it was great, and the 44% thought it was even better than that, right? I hope this makes sense. So that's why what I do is I take the 56% great, and then I add whatever is above it as well, because those people obviously thought it was great as well. They thought it was even better than that. So the first number that you see is, let me change this over. The first number that you see is great, and it is great for what people voted was great, and then everything above it as well. And then the second number is what they actually voted for the great column. So, for example, this one here, the Raw 11th of December, people said it was great 61%, okay? But then 24% of people thought it was even better than that. They thought it was an all-time show. So I added it together to make it great 85. So I list it by the added together score. And then if I need to separate it even further, then I can then go to this as like a separator, if you will. I can then go to this as a way of trying to separate the shows that maybe have got the same scores here. Unfortunately, with this one, look, as an example, that 79, but people also thought it was 64 and 64. So these two shows, Raw on the 18th of December and SmackDown on the 15th of December, both of these shows scored exactly the same. They scored exactly the same. So there's not much I can do about that. And same here as well. 66, 56. So Royal Rumble and NXT, they also scored exactly the same. But my goal, what I'm battling to try and do, is I'm trying to separate the shows as much as I can by only having 5 options for you to vote on. You know, you can only choose from 5 options, and I'm trying to then separate the shows as much as possible using just those 5 options. And to be honest, I think we're doing a good job. I mean, if you look, there's a good variety here. I mean, that's good 82, that's good 88, that's good 91, that's good 92, good 93, good 95, great 55, great 59, great 62, great 66, great 67. You know, if you think all of this is just coming from just 5 options, you know, and there's a lot more that we've yet to have added. You know, we've only been doing this for a month. So I hope that kind of makes sense. I understand it's a little bit confusing. I do understand. But, yeah, you know, I think at the end of the day, if you don't quite understand that side of it, I think you can understand the fact that it's a list. And the shows that were the best are at the top. The shows that were at the worst are at the bottom. That's kind of how the list works. So I do understand it's a bit confusing. I understand it, though. And maybe one other person out there understands it as well. But we will have to find out the Mania 40 to see who will retain. Have you ever thought about going to the gym to get fit? Have I ever thought about going to the gym to get fit? I have not, because I've always kind of kept my weight not bad. My weight has been okay, but I have kind of kept it relatively stable, but now it's starting to get out of control. I'm a Chad Gable who very easily could turn into a Sami Zayn. That's where I am. Days doesn't know what a gym is. Wilfredo said, is Carmelo Hayes and Trick Williams being called up? Carmelo, Trick, no. Carmelo is being used a lot, yeah, on SmackDown, and I really wouldn't be surprised if relatively soon that is his home. But we haven't had an official confirmation that he's up, but they are definitely getting him ready, so, I mean, it is literally... I don't know that we'll do it this side of WrestleMania, like, officially, but we very much could. Watson said Payback should be above the 2 on top, as it has got 57%. Wow, to be honest, no. And this is where it gets even more confusing, right? So I think, well, I'll explain it, but you might not understand it. Right, so this is what Watson's talking about. So here, look. So these are 66%, and then the number next to it says 56. Yeah, Payback was 66, and next to it says 57. So logically, you would say, well, that's bigger. That number's bigger, so it should be up here. Totally makes sense. What you're saying totally makes sense. That right there should be above these, because 66 and 57 is bigger than 66 and 56. But this is actually where it starts getting confusing, right? Payback scored 57, okay? It scored 57. 57% of people thought it was great. So that means that all time, right? People scored all time. They voted all time 9%. Because 57 add 9 is 66. Make sense? So 57% of people said it was great. 9% said it was all time. Okay? With the Royal Rumble, let's take the Rumble for example. 56% of people said it was great. Okay? But that meant that more people thought that it was all time. More people thought that it was even better. It wasn't 9% of people that thought it was better. It was 10% of people, because 56 plus 10 gives you 66. So the fact this number is bigger means more people thought that it was great and less people thought that it was better than great. These people scored it 56, which means to get to the 66, more people must have thought that it was better than great. So that's why actually when it comes to separating them, it's the bigger number that goes at the bottom, and that will show itself elsewhere. The bigger number goes at the bottom. Have I got another example of it? There, like 48 is under 47, 55, 55, 48 under 47. Is there another example? 55 is under 54, is under 51. See how like all of these are on 91, but the ones in brackets, the bigger number is at the bottom. That's because less people thought that it was like great or good or all time. As I said, maybe I need to do a video on it so that everyone gets on the same page with it. The reason why I do it that way is because I used to do it the way Watson just said, and then it dawned on me, actually, no, that doesn't make sense. And so I changed it to what it is now. Does anyone get that? The percentage makes sense. Thanks for the explanation. Okay, lovely. It's too late. I regret asking. Okay, well, at least someone got it. At least someone got it. Appreciate the stream as always, said Alan. Dead man talking, didn't get it. Crazy Ginger got it though. Okay, right. Some people got it, some people didn't. It is a difficult one to get your head around. All you need to know is I've got it. I understand. to my knowledge, the list is in order, right? So all you need to know is the worst shows are at the bottom, the best shows are at the top. That's all you need to know. Trust me, I've got this. I've got this. Right, I also need to go and get an unseen video, so thank you so much for joining us. Really appreciate you spending your time here. Obviously, loads of talking points, loads for us to get our teeth into. And we will be back tomorrow. Wrestling Escape Pods and, of course, NXT. Thanks for watching. Appreciate the support. I'll see you next time. Bye for now.